and gentlemen. I'd like to call the Inland Wetlands Watercourse Commission October 20th meeting to order. Steve Molinelli, Chair, present. Russ Davenport.
Present.
Jackie Mulvey, Secretary.
Present.
Andrea Kowicki.
Present.
Jeff Lippincott.
Present.
Mary Ann Marino.
Present.
Gary Paganelli.
Present.
Kurt Timney, absence excused. And for the record, we have a vacancy, just for public information. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of September 22nd, a special meeting. Any changes to the minutes or any corrections?
Who seconded it? Did I see it?
Nobody seconded yet.
Oh,
I'll second.
Jeff seconded, Russ seconded. All in favor? It's unanimous. Next order of business is an agenda review. From my desk, received an email from Pam suggesting strongly that we, at the September meeting, begin the meeting an hour earlier so that our commission will receive some kind of training in low-impact development on the lake. And I thought it was a good idea. It doesn't bring us to an additional meeting. It just means getting here an hour earlier. There'll be a speaker who will talk to the agenda. And if the commission so moves, I'd like to suggest that we ask Pam to set up that meeting for December 6th at 6 p.m., just prior, 1 hour prior to our regularly scheduled meeting. Oh, wait a minute, December 6th. Pam, that's not our meeting
No,
date.
not December 6th, yeah.
I'm sorry.
December 15th.
December 15th, thank you. I'm glad I realized that, thank you. Are we good with that?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right?
It's on low-impact development. It'll be someone who will just, lead a discussion on, low-impact development, which is a good thing.
Okay, so follow up on that, Pam, for
Sure,
the
yep.
15th at 6 p.m.? I'd like to also, just for brief talk about the Hinsdale School, because there's a lot of paperwork that's coming through with that, and I'd just like to, an update as to how the project is going. So just add that to the agenda somewhere along the line. And the other thing is the Pratt project. I don't think that's,
The Pratt Street culvert repair?
yeah.
The Pratt Street culvert repair is progressing slowly. There was some stalls with the.
He just wants to add it to the
All right,
agenda.
we're there,
Yeah,
okay?
Sure.
All right, so we'll talk to that.
There was
All
one
right.
other item to add to the agenda.
All right, the next,
And then a motion to amend the agenda under new business, IWWC 2147, Phil Lombardo, location 333 Colebrook Road, proposal, emergency repair of subsurface sewage disposal system.
This is one of the 4 items on the desk today. It's an emergency repair request that we received today.
okay, at 333 Colebrook Road, so we'll add that to at new business at the
At
end
the
of the agenda.
You just need a second for
Okay.
these changes.
A second. Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous? Okay. Next order of business is we have a public hearing scheduled. And the applicant owner is Michael Gonzalez and Desiree Gonzalez at 524 East Wakefield Boulevard. The proposal is to install a dock and boat lift. Are there any representatives here from the applicant?
He was just here, I think.
Yep. The applicant was just here.
Yeah, stuff's right there. Maybe he was sitting.
His bag and cup are here. He might have gone to the restroom.
I gotta guess where he is for a minute.
Okay,
Give it-
let's just hold off
Yeah.
the opening of the public hearing, but we will open the public hearing, and we'll give the lady and gentleman, whoever is representing the application, a minute or two to come back in.
Do you wanna give a quick update on Pratt Street Culvert?
Okay.
Certainly, since
Go ahead.
we'll just go through that now. The Pratt Street Culvert, I recently spoke to Bart Clark, the project manager. The project's progressing. They were held up for a long time because of gas line stuff, and whenever you dig, you find something new every time you go more than an inch down. But there is some progress being made, but it's slow. I don't think that they've actually been able to replace the culvert yet, but it's in progress, as I'm sure you've seen if you've seen all the detour signs that direct you around it. So,
One more thing, that said, I did speak with Jim today, Jim Rollins.
Okay, good.
And he said that most of really, same as that they were waiting for the gas company, but the bulk of a lot of the harder work, has been completed, and that they are moving ahead, a little slow, but that they're moving ahead, that it's progressing well.
And it's consistent with what we approve for them to do?
so
Yes.
far, I haven't seen anything when I've
Okay.
driven past that would raise up any red flags.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, we're ready to open up the public hearing. And the proposal for the public hearing is a discussion on the installation of a dock and boat lift. You want to come forward to the mic, state your name for the records, and then we'll go from there? Thank you.
I'm Michael Gonzalez, on 522 East Wakefield Boulevard, along with the right-of-way attached to it.
Would you mind speaking up only because,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Do you want me to pull it down?
You can. 'cause they're-
yeah,
I don't
please.
mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Michael Gonzalez. I am the owner, along with my wife Desiree, of 522 East Wakefield Boulevard. We applied 4 months ago a dock and lift permit. Obviously, lots of requirements were made. They've been met. So, you know, whatever, if you have questions of me, or, you know, I don't know where you'd like me to go from there.
Just because the people don't know really what we have in front of us.
Sure.
One of the things that we asked you to provide us was a certificate of title
Correct,
determining who owns that waterfront.
correct.
And apparently that was turned into Pam today
The office at 2:30.
at 2:30 this afternoon. So you have met that aspect of the requirement. I think in all fairness to the commission, no one has had an opportunity to look at it.
Understood.
We all found that on our desks as we came in this evening. So you have complied basically on, you know, for what we've asked for. We haven't looked at the literature at all, so we don't know the status of what it says.
Sure, I understand.
Okay? The other thing is, at my request, I think, that this title should be forwarded to Kevin Nelligan, our town attorney, for review, and for him to determine in writing his interpretation of what this title shows and what it says and what it may not say, so that there's perfect clarity on this issue. And I don't think there was anything else outstanding that we wanted from the applicant. And I do believe there is more time for the public hearing to be continued for 1 more month.
Yes.
And, Pam, is it appropriate to introduce or let anybody else from the audience have anything to say at this time for this public?
Yes, the
Yes.
public hearing's open.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, I don't know if you have anything else to add?
No, I mean, there's no need in repeating everything that happened the first meeting. I think I expressed my position, and, yeah.
But
I think
just-
I made points that there are
Yeah.
obviously other rights-of-way, privately owned, with less width, with docks, and permits for, you know, for things like that. I think I gave, in that letter you got, I put together with the original submission from May 19th. I had a letter in there. You can kind
We have
of
all
list
of
2
that
specific
information already.
properties.
Yeah, and I appreciate you not being redundant.
Yeah, that's it.
In summary, though, would we say, I'm just reading the certificate of title quickly, that he is the owner of that, in a sense, Unity Beach,
According to the opinion of this attorney.
according to the opinion of this attorney?
Right.
I have, this afternoon, after receiving the title search from Mr. Gonzalez, it has been forwarded to Town Attorney Kevin Nelligan, who I have spoken to, and as he was leaving his office, he has not yet had the chance to review the document. He has said that such a review would likely be done next week or 2 weeks from now at the latest, but is going to be working to review and,
Make his own determination.
yes, based on the information that was given here.
But the higher power of the state, are they the ones that certify a certificate of title?
No, they're provided by the attorneys. Only an attorney can issue a certificate of title.
A licensed Connecticut attorney.
Correct.
A
Yep.
licensed Connecticut attorney.
But that's the end, that's it, when that
Well,
person.
that's why, I think the applicant is likely to be amenable to continuing the public hearing. He does need to agree to it. So, and he may want to wait until the outcome of, the end of the public hearing tonight.
Yeah.
But that's what Kevin Nelligan will definitely issue something in writing to this board.
Okay.
My only question was to just try to get as much clarity out as soon as possible.
Sure. And I'll
Right, I
point
mean-
out, the attorney that issued that title certificate is also the attorney that was Fujiri's attorney back in 15 and 16 and all that stuff. He's very familiar with that case. He's
Okay.
very familiar with the court.
Just,
And,
just
yeah.
to put something in the public record, or our record, or our minutes, is there any number associated with this title search that if anybody in the audience wanted to pursue it on their own to,
No, it's the parcel. It's tied to the map, block, and lot of,
okay, so there's no certificate of title number?
No.
Okay,
But as a part of the public record, this document is available for viewing as part of the Freedom of Information Act, and anyone can come view the record at any time in our office during regular business hours, or can request it through FOIA. So
which is
it's-
made through the town manager's office.
okay.
Yep.
Is there
But they
any,
don't need to. They simply need to request it, and we'll be able to provide it tomorrow.
okay, does anybody or everyone in the audience understand what Michael and Pam just said? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, anything else to add at this point?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing is open. Anybody in the audience would like to speak on the agenda item, please? Introduce yourself. Thank you.
And ask them to, their address.
I'm sorry.
Their address.
Oh,
their
yeah,
name,
and your address.
Yes, yep, yep.
Would you say close to the microphone so that we all hear, and you can lower your mask, I guess, so.
All right, it's Keith Becker. I live at 523 East Wakefield Boulevard, which is abuts Michael Gonzalez's property. What I passed around is also, just so you know, a certificate of title from a licensed Connecticut attorney. Mr. Nelligan, actually, Attorney Nelligan has a copy of this, and also, just so you know, we did 3 title searches on Unity Beach. One we did of the Christoforus property, which is now owned by Beth LaChance and Bob LaChance, because that's next to Unity Beach. We actually did another title search of Unity Beach, and then we did one more title search of Mr. Goncalves' property. All of the title searches all came back conclusive, as you'll see on that he does not own, actually no abutting property owns Unity Beach, meaning not only does the LaChances, because we want to give all of the properties a title search, and Michael Goncalves, as you can see, by a licensed Connecticut attorney. So you have that, in your possession now.
Just so my understanding, what you're saying is you have a conflicting report of the title of that same piece of property.
Correct.
It's
Yeah.
a conflicting certificate of title.
Pardon?
It's a conflicting
Yeah.
certificate of title.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. And we have 3, just so you know, 3 title searches for each one. One is 89 pages, one's 45 pages, another one is, say, 25
That was
pages.
submitted here for us?
No, there were so many. What I'll do, I will get you a copy. Attorney Nelligan has a copy of all of those at this point, and Josh Kelly, the town manager, has a copy of all.
I would request that at least Pam have a copy.
Sure, I will.
For her records. Do
Ab-
we need copies for everyone?
No, only if he wants each applicant to have a copy, then this has to be done, but
Okay, but
otherwise.
certainly provide Pam with a copy.
Okay, because it's
Just
probably
so-
180 pages or
But
200
just so it's
pages.
part of the
So I'll
record.
get one copy? Okay. Okay. But since I'm here, regardless of what happens going forward, I would like to go over this document with me because it's a public hearing, so we can kind of get my feelings and my family's feelings about this situation with regards to putting a dock and a boat lift on Unity Beach.
What I'd request, though, is that you not go through the literature that you submitted to us, because I think Kevin Nelligan will have this referred to him by Pam officially, You said he has a copy. I'm saying we're going to make sure he reads it. So,
Well, I'm not going to go through the title search. That's a legal thing.
Okay.
I'm just talking about going through the issue with this right-of-way and why it should not happen.
are you going to give us new information?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you why, because 4 months ago, or 5 months ago, the first time that I heard of, the last time that I was actually here was the first time that I saw Mr. Conglavis's survey, with the actual survey with the property lines and the whole thing. So what I did was, I went over that, and I wrote up, if you don't have that, a document to go over so you understand exactly, and I would love 100 questions, or 2 questions, or 50 questions, whatever it is that finishes this, because I've lived there, and I'll just go over this real quick. I've been there for 14 years with my wife, okay? Mr. Conglavis's property is right to the right of it, Unity Beach. He has his own property. He's got about 75 feet of waterfront property. He's requesting to move his boat from his property onto Unity Beach 14 feet. We're talking about just 14 feet. He's got 75 feet of property. He wants to take his boat, move it off of his property, of his regular property, and move it into Unity Beach and actually take up 14 feet, meaning a 4-foot, he has a 4-foot dock, and he requested a 10-foot lift to put his boat in there. What that does is completely, it'll block 70% of the waterway. And if you want, we should go over a picture of it. 70% of the waterway will be blocked. We have 2 boats that are in there, have 2 boat permits. My boat has been there for 14 straight years, okay? He wants to take his dock, and he has plenty of room. He's already, I believe he's already been approved by the commission to do, move his boat lift onto his other spot of his property on the westerly side so he can put his boat there. Okay? He wants to take that same thing, now move it right in front of Unity Beach, which is a shared right-of-way for the last probably 35, 40 years. Personally, though, I've been there for 14 years. My boat's been sitting there right off of Unity Beach, accommodating everybody. If there's ever an issue, whatever, the boat moves here, moves here, moves there. Not an issue. My neighbors use it. We use it. There hasn't been anybody else that's used that in 14 years. I'm not saying other people can use it. Don't get me wrong. They can. Nobody does, though, just so you understand the property. It's a small little sliver of land. If you look at the photos, you'll see. It's a very simple little spot. But Mr. Conglavis has his own property. I'm sorry, 75 feet of waterfront
Let's
already.
talk to what you're saying,
Okay.
not what he's
So the problem is this, okay? If you look at the pictures, there's many different reasons why this doesn't work. I'll give you a couple of them real quick. 70% of the property will be blocked if you look at the first picture. That is I took the survey he gave, I took the measurements, I'm looking at it, and I started to actually put the structure out there. If you look at it, you'll see it blocks probably 65 to 70% of the other thing. He's also requested a waiver from the commission, which he has a right to do, but he requested it. His waiver is that he wants to forget the 10-foot boundary on Unity Beach because he has the right to do that, he feels. So just so you know, if he got approved, the commission would actually not only approve what he's asking for, but actually approve his waiver to do this project. Okay, just so you know, there's a waiver on this also. Also, you're going to have issues with littoral boundaries. If you look at Beth and Bob's property, and you take the angle of which this is going out, if you look at this, you'll see there's no room left. What's happening is it's forcing, once he puts this unit out there, we're being forced, if we went into the water, to head over to Beth's property. We can't go right, because that's where all the big structure is. It's very dangerous. It's a metal structure. It's a shared right-of-way. If you have a metal structure on your own property and you go swimming, it's your risk. It's your danger. Get cut your head open, whatever it is. But this is a shared property. You have a dock going out 4 feet by, say, 30 or 35, whatever it is. Next to that's going to be a 10-foot structure, probably with a canopy on it, just like his neighbor has, which is another blocking of any view that anybody has. It's rocks all underneath. There's not much swimming area, just so you know. If you look at the picture, though, you'll see how much of Unity Beach, which is a shared right-of-way, gets completely blocked. Plus, my boat is there. It's gone. that structure would be right where my boat is sitting. If you look at the picture where my boat is, 14 years, my boat's there, I go out, I drop my boat back, I go there. That's all I did for 14 years. He came in, and I have no wish, no harm on Michael Gonzalez. Fine family. I met his kids, the whole thing. I don't speak to Michael because, whatever, Michael from day one does not want to speak to me, which is fine. I wish we would. On top of that, I have a judgment. I've already fought this. We're going back through this whole judgment that I've had. The previous owner, Mr. Fuger, I had an argument, whatever. He was trying to terrorize me. Some of the things are similar to what Mr. Gonzalez is attempting to do with me for my rights. I've gone through this already. I've got a judgment. I have rights on this property, the use of the waterway. Even some of your, I think not your, I don't want to say the legal ordinance, the way you interpret the use of the land and the waterway is to have people use it. Ingress, egress, not only for the property to go out on land, but also so people can enjoy the waterway. If this structure goes in here, there's no way, if you look further, there's no way that my kids, my cousins, my whatever, little children can use this. Because they'd be swimming by or hopping on one of those boards. If they fall, they're going to hit this metal structure. It's not the place to put a 10-foot, 40-foot out thing on a shared right-of-way. That's what this is. This piece of property is designed so that people that do not have waterfront property to enjoy the lake. That's what this is all about. On top of that, the judgment specifically speaks, and we did bring this up a long time ago. The judgment specifically says that I can drop a boat, jet ski, or the like in that lake. If that structure goes in, totally violates the judgment. It allows me to do that. If he puts that structure, it would be absolutely impossible for me to drop any type of a boat in there. I mean, I have only an 18-footer. I believe Michael has maybe a 22-footer. And with that structure in it, he's going to take up 70%. That's probably 7 reasons why. I mean, there's more, but the bottom line is this structure should never be put into this shared right-of-way. There's no business being there. And I would love questions, Keith, this, that, whatever you have, because I really want to get this out, whatever your feelings are.
I have a question.
Yes.
Your boat is moored on a buoy,
It's more than a buoy, yes.
and you got a permit for that buoy from
Yes, I
this
do.
commission?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I can give you a copy of that if you want.
Well, if you have permission, then you providing us with a copy is not necessary, because it should be part of an application that was applied for whenever, and should
They
be
have it.
What-
It's all on record.
What year was that?
Originally, it was 2007.
You got a
Really,
permit?
I bought the house in 2007. Scott Eisenlaw gave me a permit right when I bought the house. So my boat went in the spring of 2008.
Scott Eisenlaw wouldn't have given you the permit, though. It would have been this commission.
Well, Sadlowski has given me, I have a permit in my bag right now if you want a copy of it.
Oh, it was an agent approval?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, if you have a
But that's-
copy
that's
of the
not for
permit, we should
discussion.
I can
have
give
it.
you a copy if you want it right now. I have 9 copies.
No, I mean, it should be
Yeah.
in our file.
Yeah, Sadlowski,
Okay.
Steve Sadlowski.
I want to try to separate,
I would recommend, if you have a permit, that you give a copy to Pam.
We have a copy of what he's talking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think what I'm hearing, though, 2 different parts of what you're saying to us.
Go ahead.
One, I believe you submitted to us a conflicting title search report which determines ownership of Unity Beach, that 25-foot waterfront,
That's correct.
which is conflicting to what Mr. Gonzalez has stated and has submitted. So again, that's going to be determined by our attorney.
Sure.
And he will give us a written judgment on that aspect of the compensation. The second part of it is your personal feeling about the utilization and what rights you believe you are entitled to if that waterfront remain the way it is without a boat lift and a dock on it I'm going to use the word permanent, but not really a permanent base. It'll probably come out during the winter. But again, so you have 2 different parts of what
If I
you're
may,
telling
yes,
us.
I agree with that. What happened with Mr. Fuger, same situation. Because of his harassment on my family about, how we just used the property, which was fine. Nobody else complained except for Mr. Fuger. He sued us, okay? We went through this already. I have a, say, 10-page, 12-page judgment that states what, you know, we won everything in the lawsuit. That's not even a question. So the judge said, no problem, Mr. Becker, you can do this, 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 including this and this and this. That's been taken care of. And what's happening now is I'm going through it again, even though I have a judgment that you have a copy of. I know I've supplied that.
Mr. Nelligan Attorney Nelligan will review that judgment and see how the language of that judgment will apply to the title search, one, if it applies, and two, to the usage of that waterfront by either or everybody.
Correct. Lastly, whatever, more questions are absolutely welcome. But the commission, and once again, I understand your point to the commission, and there were some very powerful statements based by some people on your commission. Regardless of the law, you use the attorneys for advice. But my understanding was that, and that's great, that's perfect. But on top of that, you control the waterway. There's a reason that your passion, we'll call it, that's because it's your volunteers, love it, appreciate it. Your passion is to make sure that the waterway is used correctly so that everybody has, you know.
I think it would be more that we don't really cover use as much as we cover the protection.
The protection but
the protection, I don't think it will
our
allow us to use.
parameter
Yeah.
will stay within the ordinance.
Right.
And what the language of the ordinance allows us to rule on, and how we can rule on it. And,
Correct.
you know, that will play a big part ultimately in the decision of this commission.
Yes.
But the commission can't even make a judgment unless ownership is determined. So that's part one.
No, definitely
And
ownership
part
is number
two
one.
then is
But even with,
reviewing this application through the prism of the ordinance.
correct. Prior to Mr. Conglavis doing this, somebody owned that property, we know that. Whatever, and we've had this discussion. We've had surveyors come up and say, who owns it? We don't know, whatever. The point is the property's been used this way for 14, 25, 30 years. It's a right-of-way, a shared right-of-way. Prior to this question of who owns it or doesn't own it, somebody's been owning it for all of this time, for 80 years, 100 years, whoever it's been. It has to be viewed, in general, it's still a shared right-of-way and there's rights to it. And that's why when the judge came back to Mr. Fuger, he said, you know, not for nothing, but you can't do this, you're not allowed to do this, it's a right-of-way. And that was the end result of it. It's a right-of-way. And Mr. Becker has certain rights, and we're just going to put it in writing so you're good to go. So regardless of the outcome, I mean, and we'd say one thing, an attorney, our attorney says this guy owns it, this one says, well, like you said, Mr. Nelligan maybe has to go to a judge, I don't know. But the bottom line is, regardless of that, it's still a right-of-way which has rules and regulations in general aspects, that it's been like this for 50 years.
I think your point is well taken.
Yes. But
You
one
know,
last thing.
I think your point is well taken.
Okay.
And, you know, you've stated it in the past, you've provided documentation in the past.
Yes.
I don't think anybody on this commission has had any kind of a situation where we have enough complete information to bring closure to an individual mind. At least I haven't. So we're just looking for more input, new input. So if you have anything else to add that we haven't heard yet, or anybody else from, you know, that's here, we would appreciate hearing it now, because
Yeah.
next month, we hopefully will have a judgment or a statement from
Correct.
Kevin Nelligan.
Yep.
And the public hearing by statute will probably close next month.
Yeah.
We can't extend it, and Mr. Gonzalez can't extend it.
Right.
So it will be closed.
And I would recommend that, usually if there's, because there may be other members of
That's
the
what I'm
public
saying.
here, you kind of limit the first
Yeah.
go-round to, you know, about now.
Okay.
You know, 5 or 10
So,
minutes, and then.
just 2
let
more
it-
minutes, please, I'm
Yeah,
good.
go ahead, 2 more
Okay.
minutes, and we'll take it away.
My
from
main
you.
things, I believe it blocks 70% of that opening. If you look at the pictures, you will see that, okay? And based on the survey that's given. On top of that, my judgment does state I can drop that boat in that water. I can't do it if that structure is there. It's impossible. It would totally be against the judgment. One last thing, and the reason I was saying that earlier about your guidance, and I do listen to you, intent of the ordinance is one of those things that you guys fight for, is to eliminate littoral boundary disputes among neighbors, avoid navigational habits and impediments, which this does. This will be a big problem. and impediments to ingress and egress to the shore. Again, that'll be an issue. Impact to the watercourse effect on navigation. It'll be right out there. It's going to affect me and obviously my neighbors, Beth. All the ordinance approval also considers public safety, convenience, welfare, property values, and more. With the property value perspective also, if this goes in there, you might as well just drop the price of my house to $100,000. My house is only worth maybe $400,000 because I'll have I'll have a structure blocking the entire waterfront, non-usable.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Any paperwork that you want to submit, please get it to Pam,
I will.
you know, as soon as possible, because that will allow her to forward it to Kevin Nelligan, and she will be able to also distribute some of that to us prior to the next meeting, so we have reading time, okay? Okay, and thank you for your help.
I have that, we both have both buoys right in that spot.
Any what, say it again?
The boat buoys, we have two boat buoys on file, right in that spot.
Okay, and one last point,
Yeah.
for public record or public information, anything that has to be sent, please don't send it directly to the chair,
Fair enough.
okay?
Yes,
It
done.
goes to only Pam
Yes.
or Michael, but not to the chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
I apologize.
That's all right.
Yes.
Anybody else, please? Both of you? For the record, just please state your name and address.
Vicki Bryan Ward, I'm Vicki Bryan, 521 East Wakefield Boulevard.
Okay.
We're neighbors with Michael and neighbors with Keith as well. The Beckers and I, we jointly had those title searches done and received that certificate of title from an attorney. We had done that together. But I agree with everything that Keith said, so not to be redundant, just want to bring up the point that we also have a permitted buoy out there. And that permit's been in effect since 1999.
Okay.
So there's two buoys out there currently.
Michael, can you attest to the fact that there's one or two buoys? Because I know there's one for sure. I don't know of a second.
Based on the, I have not taken images of this site recently, as this has been lying relatively stagnant for the past couple of months in terms of activity. However, from the images that I reviewed I had photographs from 2015 of the site I was looking at today, it does appear that there are two buoys on site.
There are.
Yes, it
Okay,
does appear
thank
that
you.
way.
Yeah, and you already have a copy of our permit for that. We had supplied that a few months
Yeah,
ago.
well, from 1999, okay.
That's
Finish.
Just
that's
want to
really
make
what
you
we
aware
wanted to
that,
say.
there's two
Okay.
buoys out there that
I
exist
do have
already.
one question,
Go ahead.
though. Obviously, this is, I think, is the third time that Michael and we have all been together where there's been, conversation about this. When you go to review this, I know you're waiting to hear from Nelligan, but when you go to review this, will you be looking at the past? Does that all come into play, all the information that you're saying is redundant now? You're gonna review all those other transcripts of the
Anything that
meetings?
was part of the public hearing that came to us either
Yes.
verbally, which is reflected in the minutes, or in paper,
Right, the transcripts.
we will review that, and if necessary, some of that documentation will go to Kevin Nelligan for his opinion. But yes,
Okay.
you know, it's not,
Just
you know,
wanted to make sure.
it's not the conversation from now and everything in the past is forgotten.
Because I know that a couple times we started this and it was Zoom, we started it and there was barely a quorum here for your meetings. And so I know that sometimes, some of you, I know that Gary, you just joined late. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are gonna all catch up before this is voted on, that's all.
We will.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
You know,
You
one
guys got a
question,
tough job.
I actually wanted to ask one question that we have all three of these entities here.
We have one more person.
Oh, one more. Well, maybe I'm gonna ask her right now.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
I know everybody's been through a lot with this the last 6 months. You've probably spent a lot of mental and financial resources on this. Are you open amongst yourselves with, I would assume, legal counsel to do some sort of mediation? That you might all come up with something that works for everybody? Is that, I don't know if that's even on the
I can't
table. You may be
imagine,
way
yeah.
beyond that. To me, it seems like a direction worth considering.
I'd rather wait to answer that till
Yeah,
we.
all right, no, I'm
move a
just,
little
I
bit
thought
further
I'd
down
put
the
that out
process.
there.
Well, just be aware, and I'm not necessarily supportive of that kind
Yeah,
of
I'm
a
just one
concept.
person saying.
But if you wait and we make a decision, you can't negotiate our decision anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, having said that,
So what are you suggesting?
we're not suggesting any of that. I'm not, as a chair. Michael put it out there.
Michael put it out there.
I mean,
for
Russ
what?
put it out there.
just-
For conversation, for you guys. that's not the norm as to how we would resolve things?
To be honest, I just, with our 2 permits being out there, and if he puts that dock.
I just don't think there's
in
enough
there,
room
it's
for
not enough
everything
room
there.
for
Yeah.
Everything, and I wanna be able to, you know, not just the Beckers, but that's the way that my family and I get into the lake, and it's, I don't know who's been out there, I know, Gary, you know where it is. The rocks on the side, there's only maybe this length that's actually sand that you walk into. It would, it's a risk.
Everything
tight
that's,
spot.
everything that abutting parties have submitted, either verbally or in writing, will be taking into consideration,
He just asked me
including,
what I thought, and I said, that's my only thing,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know what that mediation would look like.
right,
But
I don't either. I
see
just-
Michael, I talked to Michael, I'm fine with talking to Michael, you know that.
We know we have there's an underlying disagreement.
There is an underlying disagreement, but we also, you know.
all right,
Comments,
let's keep the conversation.
Well, I'm just saying, you
Yeah.
asked me the question, and
Yeah.
I'm just looking back at him.
Okay, you said there's somebody else who wanted to speak?
Yes,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
coming, and thank you for your patience with the commission also.
Hi, good evening. Bethel Chance, 534 Wheelers Point. I've been in front of this board before to discuss the same situation. The only thing new I have to add is that I did find legal paperwork that was from the previous owner to me. There was also a lawsuit from that previous owner of the Gonsalves property. He also attempted to sue Cristoforo for additional pieces of his property, believing that Unity Beach and beyond was also part of his property. That lawsuit ultimately ended because it was withdrawn. The lawsuit ultimately was withdrawn. So, and then there was vandalism to the posts. They had come to the board, had 4 granite posts put in along the property line so that there was never a question again of where the property line was, and they were vandalized, and there was a letter sent to the board asking for additional approval to fix those posts that had been vandalized by the said owner. So I also have that paperwork if you're interested in it. It's just I think everyone needs to understand that because one licensed attorney that fought for this for 30 years, for around all the properties that surrounded his property, it doesn't necessarily make it that is his property. So I think there's one attorney that now was fighting for the previous owner of that property, believing that it was his, and now is fighting, the same attorney is fighting for Goncalves. And all the lawsuits that have been brought, there's a judgment on one which proves and shows that they have a right of way, it is a right of way, and that they have access to the right of way, and then the other lawsuit was dropped because ultimately there was no grounds. So I think it's just important to understand that this little teeny piece of property, however tiny it is, has a lot to do with Wheelers Point Association, the properties that Wheeler Point owns, the lots there, all have access and rights. I did give you the what is it? Not the title search, but the survey, thank you. I gave the A2 survey of that property, and then all the information that comes along with my property with that title search, and the title search clearly defines a right-of-way that goes from my property, from my property all the way to the water. That is very, very, very clearly stated in that paperwork. So it is a right-of-way. I don't think anyone can dispute that it's a right-of-way. A matter of who owns it, I can't say, I don't know that, but I do know there's been several lawsuits brought, one judgment filed, and giving access. So, I just don't think that you can rely on one judgment of one attorney that's been fighting for this for I don't know how many years now, who clearly wants this to go in one direction, when I spoke to the 2 surveyors, the surveyor that did his property and the surveyor that also did the property that's adjacent, that's my property, and also the Wheelers Point Association lots. Not both of them, in conversations I had with both of them agreed that they would not say that Unity Beach belonged to that property. Both of them said that out loud to me.
they wouldn't say that it belongs to that property or that it doesn't belong to that property?
that it does not belong to that property.
Would they give you a written statement to that effect?
I would ask them, but I can promise you they probably wouldn't give one to me like they won't give one to you.
I just, again, the more documentation in writing that you submit, and if you have anything, you made reference to several things in the past that, you know, I don't know if you've provided it to Pam or it's conversation.
Right.
So if you have any paperwork, please get it into Pam as soon as possible. So again, that whole package can be reviewed by Nelligan. And just for clarity, for those who don't know, Ms. LaChance owns the Cristoforo property. So when she made reference to that, that's the abutting property on the Wheelers Point side of that Unity Beach.
Correct.
And Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Becker and Mr. Ward are, you know, contesting the ownership of Unity Beach itself, and she's an abutting homeowner to that
Correct.
25 or 30-foot piece of property.
Correct.
Okay.
How many properties are part of the Wheeler Point Association?
There's 6 of us.
6, okay. And those all 6 properties or have it written that Wheeler, they have access to Unity Beach?
Correct, because we own the
Right.
lots right there, and each of us have deeded rights to those lots, which has deeded rights to the right-of-way.
Okay,
That I did submit.
okay. That's
All right, thank you.
So it does impact 6 other homeowners, and how the property, it would affect the, you know, also the property that Wheeler's Point
And
owns.
the usage,
Correct.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Beth. Can we bring back somebody, or?
So, yeah, let everyone speak once, and then anyone who wants
Okay.
to speak again.
Anybody else for the first time?
We have a lot of business tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but,
it is what
you
it
know, this is a 6-month
That's
ordeal.
why you're gonna limit it to 5 minutes and
Yeah,
then
I
lower it
think we're
to
moving
only-
ahead okay, but, Mr. Gonzalez, make it brief if you
I
can.
apologize. I have on my printer a 2-page document. I have on my printer, I thought I put it in my bag, 2-page document from Mr. Becker's title insurance company back in, I don't know, 11 or 12 or 13, thereabouts. When what he was asking for was a right-of-way right, and he was being obstructed from that. That document itself acknowledges that at the time Ray Fugeri owned it. It says it. So does the agreement. That's part of the thing.
We don't have what you're referring to.
You do.
We have it already.
Yeah, it's part of the agreement. I will get, if it's of any use, if it's still acceptable, I can provide 10 copies, whatever it is, of that cover letter to Ray Fugeri's attorney from Keith Becker's title insurance company.
Please.
Back, you know, predating the agreement, because, you know, is when things were initially brought, right? And the agreement, what it says what Keith can do, and it says what I can't do, or what Ray couldn't do. It took a stance of Ray had ownership rights. Of those rights, these are the things you can't do.
Can
In
or
the-
can't?
Cannot.
Cannot do.
Cannot do. You guys have it, you have the option, to you know, you have the ability to look at it if you'd like, take a look at it. On Mr. Becker's side, it specifically states the things he can do. That's how that document is written.
Thank you.
I don't disregard it.
Do you have something new?
I do.
Okay.
Totally forgot. I got handed this today when I went and filed the certificate of title. This is the data card that the town assessor, some weeks ago, didn't even know it, re-updated the data card to include that acreage. She's done her own title searches, you know, researched the title history, excuse me. What you got submitted by Mr. Becker is not a title certificate, period. That's what was requested.
Leave your
It
opinion
is
of
not
what
that.
he submitted out.
No
Because,
problem.
You know, we'll,
The suggestion that for me, a dock and lift are inappropriate when I can cheat over an extra 10 feet, you know, not encroaching upon, but abutting my littoral boundary. I can create that extra 10 feet, which no one else can. It's suggested that mine would be an obstruction and wouldn't be appropriate, and I shouldn't be able to have it, even if I own it. Yet, they applied for a dock and a boat docking next to it, which would take up more of the passable area than what I will leave without owning it. The suggestion of the permits, Keith's permit does not exist. Does Keith's permit exist?
I will have to check the files.
Okay. And he suggests that the agreement says that he can launch a boat there, things of the like. Keith put up a wall. The inland wetland boards at the time somehow gave him a permit to do so. Okay? That wall is what makes that impossible. You can't, at least half of people here live on the lake. Can you launch a boat over a wall? Thank you. So what makes it impossible?
You can launch a kayak, a rowboat, a canoe.
Sure, and you can still do that, absolutely.
Those are boats.
And that would continue to be able to be done. Both, because remember, I'm leaving not only what is mine, but the extra 10 feet of littoral boundary on the other side. So, quite honestly, what I have left is more than they would have left if they could have gotten what they applied for when they did. And again, this is not, the land is not defined as a shared right of way. It is a piece of land over which people have a right to pass. That's what it is. That's what it always has been. There's a title from 57 selling it. There's titles along the way transferring it. So, and by the way, the one thing that is a constant, if we're talking about images and surveys and all that stuff, the one thing that is rarely mentioned is the 1927 map. And that's the constant in all of this. If you want to see what that piece of property looks like, look at the 1927 map. That's what it is.
We're at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I
of
think
comments
we-
on this
Thank you very much.
Do you want the data card?
Submit it to the office during our regular hours, the best way to ensure it doesn't get lost.
You want to come back? Again, state your name for the record.
Brian Ward.
Will you mask?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I mean, not, I don't want to beat a dead horse to death here, but just want to make you aware. Attorney Nelligan had assured us that that data card was not going to be updated until everything else was resolved. So
Okay.
I don't know how that happened. That's question one. The other thing is, we are in possession of a letter from Peter Keith stating that he would not say that he owns Unity Beach.
And he's a surveyor.
He's the surveyor that surveyed his property. He's done many surveys there. So we are in possession of that
Will
letter.
we have possession of that?
I'm not sure. I thought we had included it at some point.
I
We can get it to you.
Don't believe
Then please-
that has ever come to the office.
Okay? Submit it? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience?
I just apologize, I just submitted the,
Talk louder.
I submitted the, my boat boat permits.
What he submitted was a registration form.
The boat,
Okay.
my permits.
Okay, thank you very much. That was Mr. Becker speaking. Anybody else in the audience that we haven't heard from? Any questions on part of the commission to anybody in the audience?
I just wanted to make sure
Talk loud, I
that
can't hear Andrew.
every time the property was transferred or there was a new deed, that it was insured by a title insurance company.
Well,
Whether it's
hopefully,
Caddick or
hopefully
First
Kevin
National.
Nelligan will determine that for
And
us.
that may not be able to be determined,
Oh,
because that would be a private contract between, a buyer or a lender and a title insurance company, and the town just might not be privy. You're only to consider what is submitted by either the
Yeah.
applicant or any interested party.
That's a point well taken. Anybody?
So before you continue, you just want to confirm with the applicant that he is amenable to continuing the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Sure. All right, Mr. Gonzalez? Okay, so the public hearing will continue at the next month's regular meeting, and that will be the last opportunity for anybody to have any input in the public hearing itself, and the public hearing will then be closed, and we'll move ahead with the rest of the agenda after that.
You just want to have a motion, or you want to get it on record that the next regular meeting of this commission is November 17th at 7 PM in this room.
Okay, Jeff just made that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There you go. Good?
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. All in favor for the motion? All right, thank you. I just want to be expedient. No use being redundant. Okay, give us a minute to sort of get some of this paper off the front of our desk so we can get down to the regular meeting.
I brought that.
Just that? You're gonna be here a while.
I know, I would have brought two.
I'm starting to take over-unders on 3 hours with my friend who has
The first item under old business is application IWWC 21-09. The owner is Michael Gonzalez and Desiree Gonzalez, 524 East Wakefield Boulevard, to install a dock and boat lift. I think based on the fact that the public hearing has not been concluded, it's this commissioner's position that we will not make a ruling on that application at this time. So I'll make a motion to that effect. Is there a second?
A second.
Second, Gary? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. What's that? You know why? Yeah, I know. I'm not happy about that, but. All right, the next order of business is application IWWC 21-24. The owner is Mr. Richard Zabo at 112 Weigold Street, construction of a single-family home. Mr. Weigold is coming forward. For the record, introduce yourself, please.
My name is Richard Zabo.
You can pull that down so we
Okay.
can hear. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Richard Zabo, and I own the property on Weigold Road. Lot 7 was approved, and I'm trying to get Lot 8 approved. The wetland flags were missing, and they've been installed, basically on my neighbor's property to show the direction that the wetlands go. We're almost 100 feet onto the neighbor's property before we found the wetlands. We made slight changes of the final grading to keep the grading out of the 75-foot setback.
Michael, in the last month's meeting, you had requested additional information from the applicant. Has he provided you all of the information that you've requested?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following the last month's meeting, Mr. Zabo was requested to provide a map which would provide the reflagged rear wetlands for what is marked as Lot 8 here, which is 112 Weigold Road. He has provided such a map. The topography of the area based on field observations, this is a rocky riverine area which floods during a rainstorm. So the wetland flags have not changed in any significant way from what existed before, but they have been reflagged. The flags have also been extended down onto the adjoining lot to the west, which is an extremely marshy territory. It was useful to know how far that wetland is located from the proposed construction site to ensure that there would be no major encroachment if that was going to be causing activity to the west. Based on the flags and where the 75-foot wetland setback is, that does not seem to be the case. Mr. Zabo has also cleared up, he came in with a earlier draft of the plans. There were some questions about some fuzziness of lines of what was proposed grade versus what was going to be existing grade. Those have been cleared up on this final version that has been submitted here. I do have one question about the existence of a wetland flag under the wetlands under the driveway at the front of the property, but other than that, there is a culvert that runs directly under there, and that appears to be in the same place. So I don't imagine there's a flag there anymore, but barring that, everything else that I have asked Mr. Zabo to do through this process, he has done. He has provided the new flags, all of the grading, shown where everything is, and where activity is going to be doing. I have not provided an approval for a lot on 110 Weigold Road explicitly because Mr. Zabo was hoping to use fill from 112 for 110. And so until he has the permission of the commission, until the commission is satisfied with 112, I can't let him move earth from there to 110 if he wants to change his plan. Otherwise, he would be bringing dirt in over the wetlands in the front, whereas this way it stays pretty much entirely out of the wetlands. So that has not been, my approval hasn't been given yet, but I'm waiting on this commission to see if they're satisfied once now that we have the updated wetlands flags. There's nothing more for me that I think is necessarily required at this
Do
time.
we need an independent engineer to review this submission?
It is the right of the commission to do so. The wetlands have been reflagged, and the work is occurring entirely outside of the 75-foot setback. If this was occurring 20 feet from the wetlands themselves, perhaps, but we don't protect the setback for the setback's sake. We protect the setback for the wetlands' sake, in order to make sure that the wetlands are okay. We're not preserving the boundary around it. It's okay to work inside of it and do a little bit of grading, and Mr. Zabo has continuously moved his proposed grading line such that it's not happening in that. I don't know that the boundaries are really close enough that this would warrant a review. It is within the commission's right to do so, however. The wetlands flags have changed a little bit, but I do not think it is necessary.
Okay, is there consensus of the commission that we don't need an independent review? We're shaking our heads, yes, we need it, or no, we don't? No. Jeff? No, I don't think so. Okay. All right, we're good with that point. Marion, you had something to say? I don't know, I think you did.
Did you have something to say myself?
Yeah.
The only thing yes, I do. The only thing I would like to see is.
Talk up a little bit, Gary. You're muffled, so.
I'd like to see the silt fence extended on the bottom. And on lot 7.
This is lot 8.
Lot 8. On lot 8, I'd like to see it brought out just a little bit further. During construction, you know, the tails of the septic system get a lot of activity.
Okay.
Just to bring it out, and I'd say 20 foot on either end,
North and south.
north and south.
Yeah, I mean, I would generally put the silt fence in the area that I'm working. I mean, on the map, it kind of shows it a little bit to the south.
Well, it's
where-
just as well off being a little bit to the south, because
Yeah.
you don't want it to get trampled or, you know, in the immediate dirt that's disturbed.
Yeah,
It just should be a little bit longer.
okay.
Really, coming ahead.
You're good with that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Russ, anything?
No, I'm pretty happy with what I've seen there.
Any other questions on the part of the commission, Mr. Zabo?
Would we be willing to put that into
Condition,
extend, a
yeah.
condition of
Yeah.
extending the silt fence? And that's would be on lot 8, you said?
Yes, right.
Lot 8 is the one at the bottom of the.
Right, north
the
and,
bottom.
20 feet north and south, okay.
I'm not a big fan of conditions, so is there anything else that we want to discuss and resolve now, other than the one suggestion that Gary made as a condition? Michael, you good with everything else?
Yeah, I asked the wetlands to be reflagged, we've asked for grades to be redrawn and things to be re-verified, they have been.
Okay.
At this point, I'm satisfied.
All right.
All right, somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve application 20-24, construction of single-family residence for 112 Weigold Road. Conditions 1 through 12 are standard inland wetlands conditions, and the following additional, the conditions determined by the Inland Wetlands Commission would be, number 14, to extend the silt fence on lot 8, 20 feet, and on the north and south ends of that.
commission want a bond.
A bond?
I thought that was
There's
all. on-
already a bond posted.
Yeah,
The
that's,
bond was posted?
These lots have been approved for 15 years.
Okay, so the bond is still with the
Still-
town?
Still the town with the town, yeah.
Just for
Just
informational
because I never
purposes?
built the house, so I couldn't get the bond back until he did something.
What was the bond?
$1,000.
Okay,
that would cover it.
okay.
Okay.
If there is a second, Jackie? All
Jackie,
those in
second.
favor? Now, with approval of this, that automatically gives them approval to move ahead with the other?
No, I was waiting for approval of this to write my agent approval, which will be issuing a permit similar to the one here based upon the conditions of when I was granted the authority to give the agent approval. That will be out by the end of next week.
So you, the second half of it will be an agent determination?
Yes, and that will be for 110.
Okay. Clear? All right, all those in favor of approving 112 Weigel Street? It's
I'm sorry,
unanimous?
who had seconded it? Russ?
Jackie?
Thank
No,
you.
Jackie.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mr. Weigel, thank
Okay.
you very much for your
Okay.
cooperation.
Thank you.
Pam, we don't pass this around anymore, do we, and sign
It's
it?
up to you. It's not necessary by statute,
Then
it's
why
just
do it?
Yeah.
what you guys have done.
Jackie did it.
Well, you shared it all, always, for years we've been
Are we doing it or not?
No.
No,
Oh,
okay.
no.
All right. For tonight, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
All right, the next application is Inland Wetlands, 21-30. It's a modification of 20-50. The owner is Norman Liliberti Jr., 416 West Wakefield Boulevard. Add retaining wall and pavers pathway. Mr. Liliberti, present?
This office has neither seen nor heard anything from Mr. Lalaberty over the course of the past month. This is the second continuous month of hearing or seeing nothing.
So do we have the power to close
I
to deny it
believe-
based on insufficient information?
Well,
I think that we
it
asked
is
him to get an
permitted.
engineer.
It is permitted.
What's up,
I think we
Jeff?
asked him to get an engineer to show the water.
When is he out of time?
He's supposed to, I think it would be the next meeting, if I'm not mistaken, that you
Okay, so-
wouldn't be able to continue it without his blessing.
No.
Say that again, Pam?
The applicant has to request the continuance.
And the
At the
applicant?
next, at the next meeting.
Look at it in the file, it's,
Yeah.
So you're saying we can't continue it
I'm not sure.
for the applicant?
not sure.
Okay.
The application was submitted, it was accepted on the 16th of June. This was accepted in June, which means that it has now been,
90.
yeah, for over 4 meetings. There is more time because the governor's executive order, which allowed for COVID extensions, expired at the end of June. So if this started before June, although an extension wouldn't have been granted, I think Mr. Lalaberty might be out of time. I didn't crunch the numbers, but if it isn't rejected now and it turns out he is out of time, when we crunch the numbers, it's automatically rejected on the next agenda. So this commission doesn't necessarily have to take an action, and can essentially just pocket veto it, if you want to think about it that way. But I haven't heard anything from him in 2 months, and before that, there were 2 months of confusion. That's beyond the standard, that's 4 meetings, which is pretty much the maximum standard allowable time. You don't have to reject it, but he may be out of time consideration, and if he is, I will inform you all in my packet for the next meeting.
Pam, do you have any certainty as to whether or not we can continue it for him? Or,
Yeah, I mean, wetlands isn't like planning and zoning.
so why don't we continue it, and if he's out of time,
Then in my
Then
report that I'll
he'll be
write for
out of
next
Firm
month,
it
I
up
will let
for
you know.
next
say it
meeting.
again?
We'll firm it up for next meeting.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to continue application 21-30, the modification of 2050. The address is 416 West Wakefield Boulevard. We'll continue it to the next meeting. All those, a second to that?
I'll second it.
Russ, all those in favor of continuing? It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Michael. The next application is 21-31 Gary Goulet. The owner is Jonathan Abrams at 632 East Wakefield Boulevard. Reset low paving, steps, build new retaining wall, raise lawn area, install new paving, patio, rebuild existing stone retaining wall, and install stone steps. For the records, your name?
Gary Goulet, excuse me, I'm representing Jonathan Abrams and Adrian Burke at 632 East Wakefield Boulevard. I was in here last month where you asked me to get an engineered letter, or a letter from an engineer, stating your concerns on water runoff. And I did that. Fortunately, I couldn't get it to you.
Thank you. Carrie, when you finish reading the letter, I know this was an issue with you.
Yeah.
The question that I have is, does this letter satisfy your concerns about the issue you raised last month?
Well, it's running with a cross slope. I mean, I still don't believe that he answered what we asked for, and that was an engineered plan.
Okay?
Okay?
So you're not satisfied at this
I'm
point?
not satisfied with it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, the engineer felt that it was negligible, the amount of water, because of the way I'm gonna set the walkway. Your concern was the walkway, running water down to the back of the house.
Correct.
But if I run the walkway in a north-south fashion, zigzag it up the hill, it cuts down the erosion factor.
Cuts down the erosion.
And then the cross slope on the patio is as it falls onto the patio, or if the patio is gonna be pitched back to the retaining wall.
Well, I'd like to see it, myself, I'd rather see it on a plan. I've seen other things go through this commission that are a lot less evasive and have to have an engineered plan. I don't think it's unrealistic in a site of this size to ask for an engineered plan. That's only my opinion.
In the request from Mr. Paganelli last month, he added that he suggested and liked to see water stops added. I don't see any evidence of that in the letter submitted by the engineer. I think the engineer partially resolved some of the concerns, but not with enough detail to satisfy the commission so that we can move forward with approval. So I think we're gonna stand on what we said last month and insist that the homeowner or yourself representing the homeowner fulfill the request that the commission has asked for. If there's any confusion, I suggest you meet with Michael or Pam.
No confusion here.
Okay?
I have just one thing. This works, cross slopes work, but there's nothing on paper showing us, or for Michael to go out and look at. I put a cross slope on it.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work? That
I don't understand that.
But we don't have
You
anything
can
on
go out
paper
and look at a
showing
cross
what it
slope.
is. You know what I mean? It's-
You look at
It's
a,
not designed by an engineer, the cross
you look at a putting green and you can tell the slope. Okay, I don't understand what's going on with this. I
When
mean,
we-
this will be the third month now.
You know what,
No.
it may be the third month, but if at the end of the first or second month, what we've asked for was submitted, then we could move ahead.
That's exactly what was asked of me last month.
Well, I'm looking back at the minutes, and the minutes reflect more than exactly what the letter said. So some of the things were addressed, and some of the things weren't addressed. And, it behooves us to get the information that's appropriate for us to make appropriate decision. And it's to the homeowner's benefit also, because the job will be done right.
But this engineer is saying that as long as you have a cross slope, which is a pitch to one side, which is he's saying he'd install, that satisfies that's all you essentially need, right? This engineer has stated that if he looked at it, which Gary must have brought this to an engineer, if that engineer looked at it and said, boy, yeah, they're right, you really need more here to handle this water, they would have recommended that, I believe. I mean, I personally never thought, again, just one person's on this commission, that there was a big water issue there. That was really stood out to me as saying, oh,
It's
wow,
it's a
it's a
steep
problem.
topography.
No, I know the site,
It's a
it's
steep
steep, I
site.
just, it didn't jump out at me as saying, oh, that's gonna be a big issue, you know, but we're all.
The house I worked on 2 years ago had the same slope, and I was not asked of an engineered plan for that, to put the walkways in. That's all I'm getting at.
Michael, any input?
What precisely are you asking me my opinion of, Mr. Chair?
Whether or not the applicant has fulfilled Mr. Paganelli's concerns that the project have enough detail so that when you visit the site, you can determine visually whether or not the project is completed, was being done appropriately and completed appropriately, so that you can sign off on it.
Well, what we're really asking is that there's a concern that water, Gary, or, I'm sorry, no, this Gary, that water is going to flow down the walkway and then to the house.
To the
and
foundation.
To the foundation, which by default, if that were to occur, it would then eventually hit a footing drain, correct? Like, what is really the concern for our water course, that water is gonna rush down there and then somehow not be filtered down to the lake in some
Our
way?
concern over the whole thing, Russ, is the
Right.
fact that it's pervious, a pervious patio.
Right,
If you load the patio on the bottom with the water coming down,
right,
you're filling that sidewalk with stone. And the stone
Right.
is meandering down through.
right. But it's pitched to one side, so it's not
But it doesn't
necessarily.
make any difference. It doesn't have an outlet. You're not gonna have a pile of stone that the water goes down through the brick, and just blows out the side. It's gonna be, is it not gonna have grass or have something on the side of
Lawn,
it?
yep.
So you have made a sluice. The water is still inside. The top is sloped.
I agree with you, I absolutely agree with you, but the footing drains, which my proposal is to run it into that boulder sitting wall lawn area, should accommodate that amount of water and let it sieve down into the lake like you want. I'm getting it away from the foundation.
We've always asked for an engineer to design all that. This is a difficult site, it's
Well, I
steep.
got an engineer and he didn't
But
feel
he
that it
didn't-
was a
he-
use for that, he didn't feel that it was needed.
He didn't design it, it's not a site plan with an engineer's water flow design.
Are you really creating that much of a sluice though, if it's pitched, if permeable?
Permeable.
Well, I know what permeable means,
Runs down
it
there.
goes through it, but how much, if
So what
it's,
is-
but if
so-
your subgrade is pitched,
The subgrade doesn't do anything, because it has walls.
you still have sheet
It
runoff,
has
you have to have
walls.
some.
No.
Alright,
So
You're
if I
making a-
change
you're
it
making a
to a
box like this,
pervious
still the
system,
right, yeah.
Your pavers are
walkway,
at the top.
will that solve the
Dirt,
issue?
Solid dirt.
Hang on.
Water can't run off the side, Russ.
Alright.
It doesn't run off the side.
So if we change that from permeable to impervious,
Impervious with a slope does not create a sluice underneath.
okay,
Absolutely.
that's what my question is, if I change that, just the walkway, because it's negligible as far as lot coverage, and made it
I think, me personally, if it was my house, I'd prefer not to have the water coming straight down to my
again, it's not
wall.
gonna come straight down, this isn't gonna.
It's meandering around, but it's coming
Okay.
down, is all I'm saying. In a big rain like we have had this year, that stone takes it in, that stone becomes a reservoir. It only has one way to go, least resistance, it goes downhill.
Right, you're talking about if I made it permeable.
If you made it permanent or put check dams in it, like I mentioned, something like that, look at it to where you can stop the water, retain it, so it can soak into the ground.
Which is why I'm running it in a north-south fashion and zigzagging
Right,
it up
you're
the hill,
getting more
not
distance,
straight.
which does work in your favor, but it's still, you have a patio down the bottom that you're gonna have fines in, it's gonna bring small fines down and fill in the stone that is in that patio.
Right,
You know, then you have something that it's in.
well, again, so now this patio is below the walkway, which runs through a retaining wall with septic fabric behind it, filtration cloth. So all those fines that you're talking about are captured behind the wall.
In theory.
In theory, we don't have anything that's showing this. There's our problem, I guess, you know what I mean, that's There's nothing here showing.
I have a cross-section of a stone wall that, this is how I've been building for 34 years. I mean, I don't know any other way to do it. What I see on this commission is, unless somebody gets an engineered stamp, they're not getting approved.
No, that's not factual, except what we did was we asked for an engineer stamp.
And I got you one. Not an engineered plan, I wasn't asked to do that. It was engineered approval.
Ask for an engineer plan.
Now, I called Pam the day after this meeting last month, and I said, do I have to get a plan? And her
And I
belief-
wasn't here.
Pam
Well-
wasn't at the meeting.
No, okay, well,
The
I
minutes
told her
from-
what transpired.
If I may, Mr. Chair. The minutes from September 22nd, 2021 note that Mr. Molinelli suggested that if the application was to be reviewed by an independent engineer who would advise whether he supported the plan, the commission would support that, but the applicant could return to his own engineer seeking more depth and detail on the proposal, and the commission may accept that as well. There were questions about whether or not the site necessarily needed to be engineered, but it was certainly agreed that an engineer was to be consulted about whether or not there would be, I believe the term was water loading as a result of the meandering pathway leading down to the patio. Now, if I may add my own opinion, Mr. Chair, the direction that water flows is primarily based upon topography and, to a small influence, wind. The topography of the site is sloping primarily down towards the lake. Even if you are to argue that water is going to flow roughly over this meandering pathway, it will run into grass and these water stops as it goes. If it's following the pathway because the local topography is changed beyond the general topography, then it's going to largely wind up in the grass at these back and forths. The only section where it's going to be directed is where it doesn't have another switchback, which is this bottommost section. So it's the question of, will this patio, which is noted to have at least 2 steps directing onto this, cause problems for the lake's water runoff? The letter from the engineer answers the question of, is this going to cause a problem for the foundation? The engineer states that if this system is installed properly with a cross slope, it should not direct water at the foundation, and the existence of a drain around the foundation should direct water away. So in terms of foundation, that question's answered by the engineer if the commission is willing to accept this letter. In the terms of water loading affecting the foundation, that question is answered. The only other question is the water, which is infiltrating the patio, here, shown behind the house, going to, after infiltrating, move underground, around the house, and cause a problem beyond or at the boulder wall, such that it will cause ground seepage and potentially affect water quality? That is the question that the commission is, in essence, considering here. Will the pervious paver system cause a problem because it is infiltrating the water is moving underground, and it is getting to the lake? That is the question of the commission to consider. I can't answer that question because I'm an ecologist, not an engineer. An engineer might be able to answer that question, but I don't know. I don't have one here to ask. It is the right of the commission to ask an independent engineer to review, and this plan could be sent to an independent engineer by the planning department if the commission chooses. In my personal opinion, I do not believe that is necessary. I do not believe that the pervious paver system would cause that sort of underwater sluicing problem, but it is my hunch rather than, because I am not an engineer, and it is ultimately up to you.
It's my trade, I've seen it.
And that
It
is,
does happen.
I may not have seen as much as you have, but I would agree. I don't think it's gonna affect water quality in the lake. I just don't
I don't
think
think
there's
it
enough
affects the
volume.
water quality of the lake whatsoever.
Well, then that's, to
I
me,
don't
what the
argue
most
that.
important thing is,
I don't argue.
right?
It's just a situation where we sit here and say we want pervious, and as your fines go down, the
Right.
sluice, wherever it settles out, is gonna make it impervious.
Well, that's a broader, yeah, I mean,
And
that's a much,
I'm gonna
that's
tell you
a
right now,
bigger.
But in all honesty-
that's gonna happen over the years anyways.
All over.
What you're asking is gonna happen within 5 to 10 years anyways. Leaves, pine needles, it's all gonna get in there.
You're gonna get some of that stuff. there's no doubt
Okay,
about it.
and I know, because I do this for a living. I build this, I rebuild this. After 5 years, rebuild it. I know what it's gonna do. And I get what you're getting at. I understand that. And I don't have a problem with complying, obviously. But it seems like every time, and I'm not saying you're picking on me. I'm just saying, I've been here 3 times and I've had 3 different things asked of me all of a sudden. Now I gotta come back again. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, my customer is gonna flip out. And unfortunately, he's not coming for me. I don't know what's going on, and I know what's going on at the lake, because I've been working at the lake, and I really don't wanna work at the lake anymore because of this. I love doing what I do, but this isn't worth it. This is ridiculous. I don't get it. I'm not trying to ruin the lake. You think I wanna do a bad job? I don't advertise. You don't see my name anywhere on the lake. I'm a word-of-mouth guy. I have been for 25 years, I've been self-employed. I've had problems with this commission once before. And 22 years later, they finally built their boathouse. And I just don't, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to get an engineering degree to build a stone wall?
You know, like I said,
We can vote on it also, you know, so.
yeah, I certainly, I just don't see it as a hazard with water movement to the water quality that we're here to protect on the lake in this instance. I know we have varying opinions here, but I certainly just, I just don't see that.
Any other commissioners have a voice in this?
My opinion is it's a nasty site, steep grade, and I would like to see an engineer spelled out on paper, but that's my opinion.
Why don't we ask for consensus before we vote? Do we feel that we need an engineer to review the application?
We had an
and-
engineer review it.
Well, no, we wanted an engineer's
So you want an
drawing,
engineered plan?
plan of the project, so that this commission can feel more comfortable in approving and moving ahead with our decision, or denying and not moving ahead.
Well, I was here the first month and I asked if I should get a plan. Nobody said this is a nasty site, you should probably get one. The first month,
And,
nobody said a word. Nobody said this is a nasty site, you're probably better off getting a plan. That never came out. I would have gotten it 3 months ago.
again, I'm not smart enough to remember what happened 3 months ago, and I take your word for it, but having said that, I'm not sure, and the minutes might reflect it or might not reflect it. But, as we move ahead, so the consensus is we want an engineer's report. Yes?
I wouldn't vote for it.
I know, let's just, Andrea, Jeff,
I agree with you.
Jackie?
Now, it seems like the engineer reviewed it and looked at it. I mean, if we have to see it on a piece of paper, we do have his written opinion.
Okay, so you're a no,
Well-
Harry, yes,
Yeah, I agree. An engineer looked at it
and you're satisfied?
and, yeah.
Okay, all right, so we're not gonna ask for an engineer's report. Okay?
Well, there's 8 of you, so where do you stand?
Where do I stand?
He just took a straw poll, I think.
No, I just asked for consensus, not a vote.
Okay.
So the consensus for 1, 2,
Just for the minute, so I get it right,
yeah.
and maybe I didn't hear
The
it.
consensus of the commission was that the majority of us feel there's no need for an engineer's drawing of this project to move ahead with it.
Yes.
We'll
Jackie?
see when your motion, because there's 8 of you, and I got 1, 2.
There are 7 individuals
seven.
today. Mr. Timoney is absent.
So, okay, all right, so just for the record, so I get it right, that obviously Andrea, Jeff, and Gary, and Marianne, where did you stand?
I'm comfortable with the opinion of the engineer who looked.
Jeff is comfortable, Russ is comfortable, Jackie is comfortable, and I'm comfortable.
There we go.
So
Okay.
it is currently 4-3, comfortable, uncomfortable.
Got it.
With
Okay.
the
Thank
letter.
you. Now you'll probably.
Now, I mean, also for purposes of moving ahead, again, I'm not a favor of conditions, but, should we see as the project moves along, that something has to be addressed, or we can put a condition in now to ensure that it's done properly and inspected properly. You're never gonna know with a 100-year storm whether it works or not, but,
The commission could create a abnormally high bond? That is, The only thing is, you know, I'm not. Give me a 20-hour intern all year, and I can go out and check every single pervious paver patio system around the lake, but I can't. I don't have the time to run those checks, and it's impossible.
Well,
So
I don't think a high bond would help, though,
Yeah.
no,
protect anybody.
but
Yeah.
All right, let's try to move ahead.
All right.
All right, anybody else on this application? All right, somebody want to make a motion to approve the application
Do we,
or deny, you know?
I'd like to make a motion to approve application IWWC 2131 for 632 East Wakefield Boulevard, and that is to reset lower patio and steps, build new retaining wall, raise lawn area, install paver patio, rebuild existing stone retaining wall, and install stone steps.
Is there a second?
Would we put, do we already have a regular bond for this? We need to still have a bond for it,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, let's get a second.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Jackie, a
Okay.
second, okay, Jackie or Mary Ann. All right, are there any existing conditions?
No, I don't believe so.
Gary?
No.
No?
Just the 1 through 12 standard conditions.
Just
Right.
the 1 through 12, sorry, I don't have a piece of paper. in
Right.
front
Is
of
that
me.
in the revised plan?
Say it again?
Well, the plan is revised, because it was originally.
Yeah, it's
going
what's
where
submitted,
it's
that's been submitted for tonight.
at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there a bond?
there was no plan submitted tonight. To be clear,
There
Just the
is
letter.
this
plan
thing,
was
yes,
submitted
it's
at
just
the
the
previous
letter.
meeting. It's the letter,
Okay.
Yeah.
and the
Thank
plan
you.
submitted in September.
Okay, just the letter.
1 through 12, I'm sorry, I don't have this in front of me, but
We are standard.
our conditions are 1 through 12 standards are conditioned with the additional condition of number 14, or I'm sorry, number 13, a cash and erosion sedimentation bond of 1,500.
1,500?
That's about
1,500,
standard for
good.
this, I think. Okay. All right. So all those in.
Wait,
Oh, I'm
hang
sorry.
on. Gary, Mary Ann, a bond of 1,500 sufficient?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
More than sufficient.
All right, all those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Motion carries 4 to 3.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Okay? Before you,
I'd like to plan a follow-up with Michael when I start this walkway. If it would alleviate any stress, I understand what you guys are going through. And if, Mr. Pagnelli, I'm working right around the corner. If you wanted to come over, I did work for Paul Marino, which is, I believe, your neighbor. And I'm all ears if you want to come over and make suggestions. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes.
I think where I lost it on the whole program is you're doing a fairly large project.
Yeah, I agree.
There is nothing for this commission to come out and look at and say, this is the plan. You know, what I mean, this is what was approved.
Well,
That's-
in
and
the past.
I wasn't here the first time.
In the
When you
past-
came in originally, I was back.
I've submitted plans and never saw a commission member once.
Well, I've been there
So
too.
that's, if you understand what I'm going through, I've been in front of the board many times. 20 years, 22 years. I mean, so I'm just saying, I appreciate everything you do, and I want to make sure it gets done right.
okay, thank
Yeah,
you very
I
much.
think
Around the
more,
lake.
we're trying to
I
get
drive
out
around
in the
every
field
day,
more.
I get it.
We are, it's been
I
a huge
understand.
boom up at the lake with construction,
thank
and
you.
I think we've got a better board to resolve some of these things.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see
Good
you.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next application is 21-37, again, a modification of 20-66. The applicant is Lyndon James Brandolini, 272 Perch Rock Trail, to enlarge deck, modify lake wall with granite pieces. And I think last month, Mr. Brandolini submitted a letter saying that they won't be ready
Until December.
until December. So they have enough time to continue.
They do.
Okay, so you'll keep it on the agenda, continued,
Just to entertain a motion and
yeah, I'll make a motion that we continue the application 21-37 at the request of the owner applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Brandolini, to the month of December. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second, Russ, all those in favor of continuing? It's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. All right, the last item under old business is 21-40. It's a modification of 18-02. The applicant is Zach Neville. The owner is Richard, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the last name, of 104 Shore Drive. Would you, just for my
Joseph.
benefit, state the last name again?
Joseph?
Joseph, thank you very much. I apologize.
I apologize, we have some paperwork that we were not able to submit on time due to some misunderstanding of what we needed.
Just for the record, you want to state who you are, sir?
I'm Zach Neville with ZN Construction. I'm a contractor for Mr. Joseph.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have anything in front of us for this? Or it's just-
I don't have any,
Not this,
Yeah, yeah, okay.
no, this is all from, last month. Last month.
Survey.
don't step.
Hi, Russ.
Hey, how's it going?
Didn't know if you remembered me, but
No, I do, of course,
worked with you a few times.
long time.
Always a pleasure. So basically, sorry, do I have permission to speak or?
Yeah, just give us a half a minute to, here, I'm sorry. This is my, oh, this is all with, what's being handed out. Okay, there you go.
I think if I explain it, it'll make a lot more sense. So basically, Mr. Joseph and his wife Carol bought 104 Shore Drive from the Nazis, and the Nazis had proposed building an addition that was going to extend out over the front of the house and also off the back of the house,
When you
and
say the front of the house, the street or the water?
towards the water
And then.
and towards the street.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Joseph wanted to reduce that plan to only extend towards the street. And they also initially had wanted to put a larger shed on the property, which was not on the existing.
Wait a second, just because they're, you know,
Sorry.
I want to make sure that the
Yeah.
whole commission is, got your handouts and doesn't miss anything.
My apologies.
Zach?
What's up?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
It'll make more sense why I put in this packet what I put after I explain what I'm gonna explain. So the Josephs bought the house from the Nazis. The Nazis had gotten an approved wetlands permit for this project in a larger scope of work in 2018. And the Josephs would like to reduce that scope of work to only extend towards the street instead of towards the lake and the street. They had initially wanted to add a larger shed to the property as well, and that was not on the approved wetlands permit in 2018. So that was one of the, that was something that was brought up last meeting when Mr. Joseph was here. The commission had requested a site plan showing what we were going to do and what we were going to do for stockpile of excavated soil, silt fence, and to basically control the water for the new addition and the gutters and all of that type of stuff. And I put these minutes in here because I was initially surprised that we did not just get it approved, like passed on from the old approval because it was approved in 2018 to the new owner, because it is it's a limited version of what was already approved. I found that thanks to Mike, he sent me a packet that the previous homeowners had submitted showing pictures of the property, what was going to happen with the footing drains and the leader drains and where that water would be directed, and a
description of what was proposed that they were going to do, and all of that was, like I said, approved. Additionally, from the meeting notes from last meeting, the board had requested a site plan showing that information on a piece of paper, which I provided here, and also a rendering showing our foundation and basically what our plan is to do. And the foundation rendering has the footing drains and where the footing drains will be directed to, and also the leaders for the gutters and where those are going to be tied into the existing gutter system. And that's what I brought today. My apologies for not having it sooner.
So the seawall construction was done in 2008?
Yes, prior to the Anti-Nazi zoning, the
Right.
property.
But the grassy swale, what you've got in red, that was never put in, or that's a proposed?
It's proposed if we need it. We're proposing putting a silt fence all the way around the construction site.
Right.
And the existing property has a very, very slight slope towards the lake. And the seawall comes up above the grass there, and it has drainage for any surface water to drain into the lake off the grass already.
But the grassy swale, is that gonna be a permanent thing there, or I don't?
That was a recommendation from John DeCara when he put this together for us. And it's not something that, to my knowledge, is there now. I'm pretty sure the grass goes a few inches, yeah, a few inches lower than the seawall. And I don't know why he put that on there, to be honest, but I would assume that he put it on in case what we had proposed for the silt fence was not enough.
Is this the plan that, does it mirror what was presented before zoning board of appeals? Because you want to be mindful.
It does.
You want to have it so you don't get into a zoning problem.
It does mirror that, up minus not having where the silt fence is and the excavated soil.
But did the ZBA plan show the grassy swale?
No.
Okay.
It seems like maybe he put this, I'm not sure why he put the swale in there, because there's no spec on it, like maybe he thought there was just something, I'm surprised he didn't just put hay bales there, because a swale is more of a permanent.
Right. And
He
I
might
would,
have meant vegetative buffer.
Right, I think that really, the swale is what she said is more of a vegetative buffer, which is a higher grass buffer.
like if the grass was higher than the seawall?
Or shrubs.
No, you use native plants
Similar to cattails, phragmites, the common reed, things like that, taller, water
That suck
edge
up water.
plants that suck up the water that's in the stone base that's shown in the pictures here.
Gotcha.
Pull some of it out instead of all going through the weed holes.
We, like I said, had some miscommunication about what we needed to present to the board for this, and just learned of what we exactly needed on Monday. So it was a little bit of a rush getting all this together for tonight's meeting. When I called John, I had already gone over the notes from 2018, the notes from last meeting, and what was requested. And when I called John, I reviewed all that information and said, here's what we need to do. Can you adjust it on the survey so that we can bring that to the board? And this is what I got tonight. I picked it up at 6:45.
The existing shed, there was some question about, is the existing shed staying, or is it getting bigger?
It's staying in place,
Okay,
because there
so
was
it's
a
not
question.
getting moved or anything?
Correct.
Okay, because that got confusing to me, so,
Yeah, the
okay.
original plan last month had a larger shed.
Right,
We
and
got
then
the
we
zoning.
said, this is just leave it alone.
Yeah, I
All
had
right.
stated at this meeting that if that was gonna be a problem, we would remove it, but then when we got to zoning, we just totally removed it.
We did pass zoning last month.
One of the things that Mr. Davenport asked for last month, and was a question whether or not the addition is gonna be on a slab or a dugout basement of some kind, or crawl space,
It's going to be on a full basement.
a full basement.
That is in the renderings as well from the architect.
Would you agree to put in a vegetative buffer instead of the swale?
Just as a question, just so I understand better. Say this wording wasn't on this document that I have here. Why would that be needed, in addition to what we already have?
Because putting a vegetative buffer would absorb more of the water that comes down, and so less of it would get into the lake.
We typically ask for them along seawalls. Like if you look at the minutes of previous meetings, you'll see we typically ask.
Like in general, regardless of what's happening?
When this sort of work is happening, we take the opportunity to request them.
But grass can sheet,
What's that? I'm sorry.
grass can sheet. You know.
Gotcha, yeah, the water's on top of it.
Yeah.
So,
It's a water quality, additional water quality safety guard this board's been promoting for the last, many years, since I've been here, last 5 years or so.
It's not a big imposition on the homeowner, it just sort of stabilizes the
Yeah.
backside of the wall so that there's less of a chance of the water encroaching into the lake.
Unfiltered.
Unfiltered, yeah.
I'd say that's probably more of a question for you. Is that okay? Add some vegetation down at the bottom?
And we would put that in.
As a condition.
As a condition, and we have don't we have a list of?
Of
or do we
native,
have a spec on that
non-invasive
actually,
plants,
or
we
do
do.
Yeah, it's
We
on
do
the
have a
website.
spec for it. Whether
So
we
that could be
get 'em a
provided
spec
to
for
the
it.
applicant.
So those are things that have to be sourced through a plant supplier and then planted?
No, I mean, you just want native, non-invasive plants.
So they'll give you
If
a
they
list
had
of 'em.
them
We
on
could-
their
we
property
could-
already, they could relocate them?
We could provide you with a list and you can install them.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure the list
You know.
is available on the website.
You know, it's not a big, we're not making a big deal out of it, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
understand.
2 foot.
I didn't know why this was on here initially myself either, and I wanted to understand what you were requesting.
It's
Alright.
likely because he understood the trend that the commission has been
Probably.
following.
Yeah,
And then he just worded it
differently.
differently.
And just so long as we're, you know, we're in agreement here, last month's meeting, the commission asked that the site plan submitted should to include a drainage, the foundation, erosion controls, location of stockpiles, a rain garden, which we're talking about, and if included, a drainage, feature. So, anything outstanding that we missed, Michael?
based on those things, we can see that silt fence as erosion control is represented, material stockpile is represented. No rain garden is present, but one was not necessarily called for. There has been talk of a vegetative buffer at the back. It was noted that the foundation and gutters are on the housing plan that was provided, so everything that the commission asked for was provided, and then the additional information that existed on the file from IWWC 18-02, the various pictures and narrative, which will be followed the same way as has been indicated to me, that was also provided, which does also provide more information about drainage and where these are going.
Where they go, what's on the property existing.
It appears that the questions that the commission asked to be answered at the last meeting information was provided, which does seem to answer those questions.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I'd just like
Go ahead,
to
Mary Ann.
note that the plans that were approved in 2018 allowed for 29% impervious coverage,
It's
and it's been
reduced.
reduced to
I
25
saw
and a
that.
half. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other concerns before we move ahead?
We already have a bond on this?
No.
No, no. Apparently not. Jeff, any concerns? I see you reading, wait.
I wonder, where did the existing footing and roof drains go? Where are they actually?
They were on a.
Surface.
There, if you look in the packet,
Okay, whereabouts?
to the lake side of the house on each corner, there's a rocky area that they're directed into.
Yeah, I don't know, I remember it from years ago. I think
Those are the pictures found in the
Is that drain coming out only in one spot? It shows on the plan, just the left-hand side of the building going out towards the drain.
It does, and the reason for that is on the right side of the house is where the walkway for the entry of the house is.
Taking every bit of the roof flow, everything, and sending it right out that drain.
The roof flow is gonna get tied into the existing house gutters. So they're gonna be, the leaders are gonna be directed down onto the existing
Out onto
gutters.
the ground.
What's that?
Out onto the ground.
The existing gutters tie into an underground pipe that is directed onto these stone gardens.
So it's just footing drain.
Just the footing drain, right?
Wait, I'm sorry, just for the record, where does the rain gutters discharge? Do they daylight?
They daylight into the rocky garden areas, which is, I believe, page 6 or something like that.
What's, if the road is west and the lake is east, what part of the house? If the road is west and the lake is east, where on the lot?
The east side, they would be on the east side, towards the lake.
So towards the lake?
Yep.
I'm not seeing it right. Mike, do you see where they discharge?
For the gutters,
Yep.
On page 3, the pictures on page 3, you know where the gutters come down from the house and then underground. And the third picture on the top shows it exiting to the garden. And then the one right below it is the southeast corner exiting to the garden.
The stone garden is on each side of the house, on the lake side. Oh, it is across the lake.
I see it now.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this.
Just relocate that.
Any other concerns on the part of the commission? Would somebody like to make the motion?
Somebody gonna take them from it?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve application IWWC 21-40, which is a modification of IWWC 1802, for 104 Shore Drive, for the addition of or for the proposed addition and 18 by 24 foot addition, and what is that, a walkway coming into that? Proposed drive to be engineered as pervious. Do I have a second?
Second. All those in favor of the motion? And a bond of 1,500?
Yeah, items 1 through 12 are standard conditions. Item 13 would be a erosion sedimentation bond of 1,500.
Where are those applied for?
Pardon?
Those would be through
Yeah,
Pam.
check our office, you get it back.
And we actually just do that, clarify that with Pam and notify her of when she gets started for your work. Do you have a time frame for this or tomorrow?
Well, our hope was that we would pass tonight and go into building. We need to get the building documents in order to be able to submit, but
We'll just, like I said, work with Pam for the bond, and you should be able to let her know when you're getting started, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
thank you very much.
Yes.
Question, since this was an extension of the previous applicant, does the clock start over, the 5-year clock start over?
So you're starting from tonight? And you're entitled to request an extension beyond the 5 years for another 5 years.
Hopefully it's not taken out.
We're gonna think about our lifetime.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Thanks.
We wanna take a 5-minute break before we start new business?
Quick little break.
Okay, let's come back, no later than 5:02.
You two take it easy.
What?
I was joking that I should just bring snacks. An application goes longer than 30 minutes. Just start eating.
This one should be agent legislation.
I don't know. Could be.
Do you need it?
anyone need a water or anything?
No,
Should I order?
Catherine tried calling me 3 times. Catherine, my brother tried calling.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Mary Ann?
Oh, thanks so much, no, I'm good.
Well, I've been kind of renewing my wearing it. There's been so much going on, and my sister-in-law's still my friend.
Oh, it's enjoying the nice fall weather.
Yeah. You take all your boats out?
No, I had pontoon out for 2 rides today.
I'm taking one out tomorrow.
Yeah. So one of those pontoons there is yours, Ed. We went by today.
It's huge.
Yeah, yours is that dock, and then you have a pontoon in the mouth.
It isn't actually mine. It belongs to my sons. They better get it in.
Well, it's gonna start dropping
Thanks.
in a week and a half.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you know what it is, tomorrow's a nice day, the rest of the week and next week, who the hell knows what we're in for?
Yeah, just the pontoon that comes out like that. I got power washing.
Where do you store yours?
Well, last year I had to wrap it, which was pretty expensive.
How old am I?
Like $70 for the thing. I found some room in one of the warehouses this year. So,
I give it to, Chris Kiley,
yeah.
and he brings it to the, Riverton Fairgrounds.
Okay.
He stores it there, it cost me like, I don't know, between $750 and $800.
And then you don't have to wrap it.
No.
Is that both of them or one? Just one?
Just for the pontoon. Everything else he stores over here.
Did you wrap that too?
It's inside, everything else is inside already.
You have a master wrap, right?
Yeah, that's away, the jet ski's away,
That's all inside?
Yeah.
Chris's place?
and Rose's little
They
farm
pick it up
goes
for
away.
you?
In there too.
Okay.
I go on.
That's not heated, right?
Yeah, they
No.
they pick it, yeah.
But it's under cover.
I've been doing it probably 10
Put your
years.
measurements and your coloring.
There's really no issues at all.
We had.
And I said to him,
And then, last year was the first time I didn't have room to put anything in there.
he asked me about, winterizing it and storing it. I said, the numbers don't work. I said, you charge me $300-400 to shrink wrap it, and then $300-400 to store it in the yard behind your bin, your shed.
Yeah.
I might as well put it inside for another $100 or $200. That was my thinking. So,
Well, I wasn't happy with the shrink wrapping either. I mean,
It's probably the only,
it was dirty, it got dirty inside.
did it? Oh, really?
Even on the shrink wrapping, it still got dirty. So I was a little disappointed with
This is
that.
the first year we had one. They want to shrink wrap it and keep it, we have this old driveway on Parliament, and put it there, and they keep,
everyone's wondering.
they got me to agree to it.
Dan Taylor doesn't know.
I know, right? But they're so overpriced anyway.
Right, Dan Taylor.
Yeah, went to, yeah.
Banana Republic has certain hand stars, they do stay in good shape.
That's a big one. I didn't never seen it here before.
That public
Yeah, it was
hearing,
filmed,
yeah,
yeah.
it's gonna be a business.
But they look nice, they don't look,
It really is.
no, not at all.
Oh, they'll sue. They're gonna go, they, you know what it's gonna come down to? First of all, I think if someone can establish ownership, let's say Gonzalez establishes ownership, then we have a right to deny what he wants to put there. And he's gonna challenge it.
I always have a thing about it.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, some things, who am I kidding?
We get to the pontoon boat, so.
There's a-
Girlfriend, then we're on that pontoon boat.
Yeah, yeah.
Cuts around the lake, and there's point to the ski boat.
People are betting against me.
It's gonna go over 3 hours.
And that was,
Right into the water. Right.
That's the thing that they said, they're trying to clean from, that's and the ski boat's on the boat, so.
All trees and stuff going down in there.
This one makes trouble. I know, but this one is the worst because of all.
That cove is a mess. They're silly, they're killing themselves in there. They got what they want, but and it's shallow, assuming, there's that much water, that's what fits. Probably 3 days after they start to draw down, they'll be in mud.
Yeah, most likely.
Separate pieces, snack
That's okay. But they can be power washed and cleaned up.
Well, it's funny, it's like a garage.
I don't think me personally, I can't make it a suit.
But if it keeps falling out and there's stains on it.
Can't what?
Because that part has a water.
Yeah, well, that's what we're waiting for.
And it's a new.
You know,
We'll have to try power wash.
Well, my son has a power.
you know what's crazy as a son, you know what, it's hypothetically.
My house,
Gonzalez owns it right away, we give him permission to put a boat lift in the dock out
before
there.
that, we
And Becca puts his boat in front of the boat lift and dock on the buoy.
There could be a real.
You know, it's like seriously.
On that one, I wasn't here last meeting, but
When there was nothing transpired.
okay, because we had requested an opinion from Northwest Conservation District about, we did, the request for the placement of the dock is actually right in front of a water course. And we asked for their opinion on it, and we never got it.
I know that they
Yeah.
sent it, and then I forgot about it. I remember
I
that.
asked for it at the first meeting, yeah.
Some state.
Yeah, he's asking to put it like right in front of a water course. Yeah, so,
I remember this.
yeah.
It's quite a big
I'm thinking, what's the?
There's a brook, a water course.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got
To
it.
put the dock right in front
I,
of it.
I understand, now I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
That's a very, I forgot about that. That's a very significant issue. All right.
An erosion issue.
You going back?
Yeah, definitely.
That whole thing's a mess.
Oh, it's way over.
All right, it's 8:55. I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
You need a gavel.
There you go. All right, under new business, application 21-42. The applicant is Jeffrey Rondini, 211 West Wakefield Boulevard for tree removal. For the record, would you please state your name?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Rondini.
Would you mind using the mic and just lower your mask or speak up?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Rondini, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowner Stephen Heffer and Heenan Sultan. I am the contractor that will be hopefully doing some work there in the future, but if you refer to the survey, there's a lot going on in here, and it's not to confuse anybody. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm here for two reasons. One, to offer an apology on behalf of the homeowners. They would have been here tonight, but they're both doctors, and they're top doctors in their field, and they're extremely busy under the certain circumstances that we face, so they couldn't be here tonight. But they purchased this property, I believe, last winter, and what started out as spring cleanup, it mushroomed into the taking down of some trees, and they were quickly notified by Michael, who went out to the site and put a stop work order. They contacted me for two reasons. They wanted to know, because I've been working with them for many months in the past about this future project, they wanted to know what to do. They were mortified. They were hoping that they didn't have a reputation area of being those type of people from out of town, and who do they think they are by coming in here and just taking down trees. They thought they were doing a good thing, that the property was neglected over the course of I don't know how many years. Again, started off with spring cleanup, and then they started taking down trees, and then all of a sudden they said, all right, well, how can we take these trees down, and it kept expanding. When Michael went out there, they contacted me. I said, stop what you're doing, and let me contact the town hall and see what the procedure is. Now, I'm also a building official in North Canaan, so they thought with my knowledge of how town hall works, that I can do some damage control. I'm a contractor, I own my own construction company. We do a lot of projects on the lake. We have never done a project on this lake, so I'm new to the area as well. So what you have in front of you, you'll see shaded in light gray, is what's proposed later in the future. I will be here probably one of many, many times to get things passed for this project. It's quite extensive, it's gonna take a few years. What I'm here for tonight is the request to take down 8 additional trees. And I believe on your plan, it's color-coded. Mine is not, I believe yours is. I know there's a hard distinguish between the red and the orange X's, but if I can draw your attention to the 100-foot setback, it's a blue line. You can see 1 tree above the blue line that we would like to take down, and then 7 right below, right in the center. And I provided photos that you can refer to. They would like to take those 7. And if you also refer to the photo, you'll see on the upper, kind of the upper right, where the tree company started taking down the limbs, and that's when Michael put a stop to it. So they just stopped and they didn't take down the rest of the tree. We'd like to take down that tree as well.
I want to clarify just to start, one of the things to start, I was just at the site today. When we say take down, does that also mean, because obviously we're concerned with soil erosion here, does that
Correct.
mean the pulling of the stumps out?
No, and thank you, because I want to make that clear. All the trees that were taken down already, no stumps will be taken out. And the ones that we're requesting, no stumps will be taken out. Now, when I move forward with the documentation for the future plans, there will be everything you need, a soil, an erosion control plan, rain, whatever you need, we will have that in place. So all the stumps will remain in place. They're hoping that, go ahead.
Go ahead.
They're just hoping that we can get approval for these last 8 trees.
Will with the future applications
Yes.
that you're putting in, will there be a request to have the stumps removed as part of those applications?
So if I can refer you to the survey, you can see where the existing driveway is on the left. We're calling for taking that out and implementing a new driveway that will kind of impede on those stumps that are there now. So yes, we will be requesting to take those out in the future.
So in effect, you're really pushing off a question that we're going to have to answer down the road, and my preference would be to consider it now.
Well, so the reason why we want to leave them is because we do want to present you with an erosion control plan and everything else. Now, if you say at that time, no, you can't take them out, we already have a plan B, kind of, will alter what we have to do based on your recommendations. Again, this is a large project.
What?
Obviously, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We'd like to get it all approved, but we don't, and I said this before, we just want to do what we're entitled to and what we're allowed to do. And we didn't mean any disrespect to the community, to the neighbors. We feel horrible that, they just thought, yeah, we want to take down some trees. The place has been overgrown. They thought it would look nice, and they feel horrible that, they didn't. Now, why is the tree service, the owner of the tree company and the landscape not here? Because I said, well, let me take care of it, because I want to introduce them to what we might be doing in the future here. And they also own the property directly across the street, which is 212. It's a boathouse. There's big plans for that as well. Again, down the line.
Just for my reference, because the name is escaping me now. Who was the previous owner of that property?
O'Hara.
O'Hara, okay, thank you.
Okay.
I know, now I'm familiar with the property.
Okay.
I just, we have pictures of it and,
Yeah, and
okay.
again, I being a part of the North Canaan Town Hall as a building official, I understand the process. Michael was so great because you have that feeling of, what did we do here? I got to make a phone call, and I'm not familiar with that town. And he was very good about saying, look, I went out there, we just had to put a stop to it because we have certain procedures that you have to follow. So, thank you for that.
One quick question, why obviously you've got a big project proposer, this is just a preliminary drawing. You're a builder, you know all the stuff you've gotta go through with the site plans, there's a lot of drainage, and steep slopes.
Yep.
All that, why just cut down a few trees now? Why not just wait and start proposing everything together? I mean, we could potentially approve the trees, but.
I have the same question.
Yeah, so I guess because what they want, this was beyond, I did not know that they hired the tree service to do this, so that's,
Right.
and then when they started taking down trees, they want to make the property look, they know that this is not going to happen for a very long time. They're looking to make the property presentable. They like the openness of it now. Now we have these 8 remaining trees that they just want to take down to finish it off.
The property's kind of, it's pretty opened up. I mean, it's kind of a mess. I almost feel like taking down the trees, you're gonna make it even more of a.
Well, so I think the mess, and partly because I said, stop what you're doing, do not do another thing, and they left, I mean, there's ropes still hanging, and that was, I don't know, what, a month ago? I don't, so they just kind of just like skedaddled.
What
And,
species are the trees you wanna take down?
I'm sorry?
What species are the trees you wanna take down?
I'm looking at a picture, I can't.
They look like oak trees to me, I'm not
Maybe
quite
there's a
sure.
Pine in there, maybe a pine, it looks like there's a pine in there, I think.
Hemlock?
Yeah, maybe.
There's at least one that was taken down that staff is fairly certain is on town's property.
Town property,
Yeah,
so it's close to the road.
So,
it's
yes.
outside of their boundary line.
Where that little orange X is by the cars, by the parking?
There is so as with most of the roads that the town actually owns, the owned property extends slightly onto what people view as their lawns. There's a small wall, so the reason I originally stopped this, there is a problem where this is the relatively steep slope at the front of the property was what, other than the enormous amount of trees coming down, the relatively steep slope is the problem. As I mentioned in our very first meeting where I was here, there's not necessarily a problem with people taking down their trees. The problem is if you're going to take all the trees in an area and also the stumps, you're risking disturbing a ton of land, and that can cause a lot of problem. We're within 100 feet of the lake. So the steep slope was a concern. If the stumps are remaining, then the soil's not going to be moving as much. However, there is a wall along the front of the property, and because this is such a comprehensive plan with all of the layers on, it can be difficult to see. But if you look very closely at this plan, you will notice that there is what appears to be several ovals along the front red part of the property. It's in a light gray on the green hashing, so it's difficult to see. But there was a small shrub and or tree in that area that was removed, that falls along that wall that would have been within the town's property, as far as we see. So that was something that was cut, that was likely not belonging to the property owner. Multiple trees have been taken down that were not belonging to the property owner on a steep slope, which is something that we request viewing, particularly if you clear cut an area. There were relatively few trees on the property, so it would be viewed as clear cutting because we're still working on revising that definition. It is possible for the commission, now that approval for a limited timber harvest, because this can be seen as approval for a limited timber harvest as an activity in the wetland, now this rule is being fought, the approval for some of the trees could be granted or none of them. Approval for removing the stumps could be granted or none of them. In some ways, this is asking for, this is a forgiveness rather than permission event that has occurred. The applicant has come in asking forgiveness for taking down the trees and wants to know what to do next. If the commission wants to go out and walk the site, I am certainly amenable to doing that. If the commission wants me to bring more pictures, I can do that. It is your call. The applicant also indicated to me that there has been one of the issues with this property, there has been some back and forth between the architect and the tree guy. The tree guy took trees the architect didn't want him to take, so they're not even certain how many of the trees are going to be coming down, but they're asking for permission for all of them, so all of them could come down.
may I say something?
How many trees were taken down?
I believe, do you have them on your plan in orange? I know it's hard to distinguish between the red and the
1,
orange.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you said one more here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 trees have been taken down on this property.
Correct. If that's what the plan, sure.
Is that the X's in, I don't know if it's.
The orange X's indicate the trees that have been taken down.
They're hard to distinguish between the orange and red.
Oh, yeah, because there's a, I was just at the site today, so I'm pretty familiar. I see the cluster, this, Jackie, this lower cluster here is in. That's what they want to take out, but you see slightly, you can see a different color here, it's orange.
Yeah, I
Those are
apologize.
ones they've taken out, I
And
think.
this they want to take out.
Yeah.
And may I add, they don't, at this time, I don't think it was in the price to take the stumps out. So there's no plan on taking the stumps out, just from a financial point of view.
Yeah, but you're gonna ask to take the stumps out.
When we have a correct plan to do so, we know we don't have that yet.
Just for you to be familiar with how we would operate, since this is a new application and it's before us for the first time.
Yep.
Typically, what we will do is extend a lot of questions and see what kind of responses we get, and we will accept your application, leaving you with some kind of tasks that we would like to see completed, not physically, but maybe on paper or in documents, that we would like to see completed and resubmitted to us for the next meeting, and then we would render a decision as to approve or disapprove, modify or accept. So, you know, we're trying to explore in depth a bigger picture than the simple trees that you're requesting to come down. And probably the best you can hope for tonight is that we've accepted your application. We'll spend time visiting the site. Russ went there today. I'm familiar with the site.
Okay.
You know, and then you would come back next month with satisfying our request for information, kind of.
Okay.
So that's sort of.
No, it's fine. The site is a mess. They'd like to the tree guy would just want to finish his job by getting rid of all the logs and whatnot, but.
Right, so he's got the big logs piled up on the, well, if you're facing the property, the left. I saw those, and then I've got some pictures here, I wish I could share them with everybody, but, I can pass around a little bit, and then, I don't think there's anything off to the right, I believe.
The right side was a slope that was heavily vegetated, but was not having a lot of trees. As far as I can see, it would have been shrubby vegetation, from my recollection before the work started on this property. And there are no stumps indicated, nor existing disturbance, so it doesn't look like there ever were trees there.
I can pass this around, and I think it might be worth it, this iPad. On the right-hand side of the property, it goes up, there's a pin right next to the neighbor, which is 205, I believe. And the property, it goes right up against the stone pillar on the right-hand side. I can show this a picture. There's an erosion problem there. It looks like it must have been cleaned up at one point, and it may be worth addressing that sooner than later and because it's partially on your property, of maybe getting a silt fence or something. I can pass this around. Maybe I'll start at the end. But there's a clear area that you could see a bunch of material has come down on the right that's partially on this property that goes, you could see where it spilled out on the ground. We've had a really wet year. We could continue to have a wet fall. I'd like to, sooner than later, I feel like I'd like to see at least some hay bales or something holding that back a little bit. Do you see, have you seen that?
I drove around today. I have to admit, I didn't see it. It's possible I missed it. But when I was out there, I
see where it has all.
Yeah,
but it's
no, I know where that
partially
is.
on their property. It's really partially 205.
I'll go out and
Because the
look at that
property
tomorrow.
line goes up at an angle, so it's a little.
Well, that's not.
It comes.
Russ?
No, it shows. See that little tiny? See it there? It shows it. So right in here is where I feel like it's something, maybe we can make an agent determination, if he goes out and looks at it, says, can't, you know,
Well, the
let's
application is for tree removal.
Right.
Not necessarily remedy
bring.
the other issue.
Right.
So,
No, and if there's
No,
an
I got you.
erosion problem, you always wanna correct that right
Yeah,
away with.
Yeah, I feel like this is a problem that I saw right away, that's something that is partially part of this and should be dealt with sooner than later, even though it's out of the scope of the tree removal. Because you can see where it's all poured down. If it pours down the road towards where he has this parking area, there's also, which you can't see on the plan, a very bad catch basin.
Like all of them.
Like a very, just an open pipe that goes under the road into the neighbors, that
But they're
the
all
more
gonna
you
do it at
disturb
the
this
same
area, and this comes down along here, you're gonna get it right
Michael, I won't pick this up
into the lake, so.
for the tape.
No, that's,
But anyways, just one more thing.
So email me those, cause those have to become part of the record, and then I have to give them to the applicant. And don't forget that as you're receiving this application tonight, you have to make a determination of whether or not it's a significant activity, if you are inclined to accept it, or not significant, or interest of, public to schedule a public hearing.
Well, we're obligated to accept the application. And the question now becomes, as Sam says, do we want to make this a public hearing event? Or not deem it a public hearing become necessary?
We're only talking about we have obviously a large scope here, but we're talking about basically the trees, the
Trees.
cluster of trees, yeah.
if I understand it right, he has a right to cut his trees down. Am I wrong with that?
No, he does.
He has
Yeah.
a right to cut, so why would we have a public hearing to cut trees down? He's leaving the stumps.
Any application for the first time, we introduce the concept of a public hearing, period.
You have to
just
just
say-
define it.
It doesn't mean
We
that
just have to
there's an
decide.
inclination to have one, it just means that we have to say, no, we don't need one. Okay, it's just a formality.
Yeah, I don't think we need one just
Yeah.
for this aspect of potentially, cutting really the front cluster of trees and leaving the
Stumps.
The stumps in, yeah.
Now, he has a right to cut these trees down with a
There,
permit.
the removal of these trees, the reason it was a problem was it was removal of all the trees on a steep slope, which should be construed as clear cutting, which has to be permitted. Now, depending upon the steepness of the slope, that depends what it should be. I brought it to you because I assumed that that would be the right place to go, considering this is normally the commission that handles tree work, and it is within a wetland, and it's clearing in a wetland. The trees themselves are not the problem, it's whether or not this is the sort of activity that's going to require something more. Do you want erosion controls? Do you want a planting plan? Do you want to put trees back elsewhere? Or is this minor? Once it has approval, it can go ahead, but it's something the commission should weigh in on.
Wouldn't clear cutting with an erosion problem be a problem? Clear cutting without having any erosion?
Well, clear cutting doesn't
What's
necessarily.
clarifying clear cutting? Is it taking the stump out or is it just cutting?
An excellent question.
So there's a whole definition.
I will teach you the clear cutting definition on another day rather than re-exposing everyone to it. Clear cutting is defined differently in different places, and we're trying to centralize that right now. But if our zoning regs explicitly say that if you're clear cutting, if you clear cut on a steep slope, it's got to be reviewed.
Well, where he's proposing to cut, it's basically flatter than, it's the result at the end of a steep slope, but it's not on the steep slope.
Right, but some activity had occurred on that slope.
Right,
So
well-
that's the previous cutting versus the current cutting.
I mean,
So this
what's
can all be considered.
What's fortunate is they left the stumps in the ground.
Yes.
That's the fortunate part. The question is, do we want to give them permission to, or do we want to
We have to accept the application.
accept the application and look at, we want to limit it, we want to allow them to take what they're requesting. Do we want to consider it an agent determination where, based on, it's fairly flat there, the damage was done already.
So do you want?
I'd like to go to the site.
Okay, so then we'll simply accept the application.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there any
Is there
concerns
any-
that we have to raise that the gentleman should come back with?
No, I don't I don't feel there's anything that he has to come back with. I think he's gonna cover it when he goes for any of his driveway, any of his stump take, removal, stuff like that. He's gonna come back with a full plan.
I'm sorry, I'm not catching it with the mask. What did you say, Gary? I'm sorry.
Total erosion control when he comes back for his
moving
They have invested a lot of money and plans so far to get this going. So you will get everything that you, there's civil engineers, there's structural engineers, there's everybody involved in this to date, so.
When you're putting the cart before the horse, the only thing that's in front of
Yeah,
us now are the trees.
well, the house looked kind of overgrown, and so they, as homeowners, and now it really looks shabby, and they're kind of embarrassed, and they just want to get it cleaned up, but the tree guy doesn't want to come back just to pick up logs. He's like, listen, I want to come back to finish the job and get out of there. So until we get approval, I can't, so.
Who's the tree removal company?
Aspetuck out of New Milford, Connecticut. Aspetuck Tree Services.
Yeah. I'm surprised too.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Most tree removal companies know that they need to get a permit.
Especially a large commercial, they do contracts all over the state. They're a big outfit.
Aspetuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're a small outfit out of New Milford. Aspetuck Tree Service.
I see their trucks all over on
That's
bigger.
that's Asplundee or something like.
Oh, Asplundee.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
All right, then I stand corrected. No, I'm sorry.
This is
'cause
this is a
Asplundee
3-man, 4-man
all right,
outfit,
you're right.
I believe.
Asplundee is a very big.
It
commercial
is, yes,
outfit.
you're right.
Okay.
All right.
understood.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to accept this application?
So,
Go ahead, Jack.
I move we accept application 21-42, 211 West Wakefield Boulevard.
A second? Russ, all in favor of accepting? Actually,
It's not significant. He said.
it's not a significant activity, thank you. All in favor of accepting? All right, so next month come back. The only thing I would request is, I'm willing to give you back my map. Can you delineate or circle the colors better so that they're more
Yeah.
user-friendly?
Sure.
And we know what we're looking at as opposed to.
You want 8 more copies of that?
I don't know, can we?
I'm billing the homeowner.
They have to be, give us 8 more copies, but make it clear what's down and not vague and colors that are close to each other, and sort of highlight exactly what you want to take down now, so that we have a better, visual view of what, where we are.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I know you mentioned the next meeting is on when?
November 19th.
November 19th.
19th or 17th?
Right, 16th.
17th.
It's on the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah, and you want to get any copies that the commission, that you'd want the commission to have, they appreciate having them in their packages. If you could get them by 6 o'clock on Thursday, November 11th,
All right.
that's how they like that.
North Cane's is 20 minutes from here, so
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll come by and just drop off.
Thank
And so, will I get a list of requirements, other requirements, or?
You'll get a copy of the minutes and,
You'll work with us.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay?
give us a call.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Next application is 21-43. The owner is David Webb. On Lincoln Avenue, construct a single-family home with erosion control.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Todd Parsons with Lennard Engineering, here representing Mr. Webb. This property is located on Lincoln Avenue, which is not really a road. It's off of Crescent Street between house number 69 here and house 85 here. It's about 3.5 acres in a TSF zone. The applicant wants to build a modest 1,120 square foot house and attached 576 square foot garage and about a driveway that's a little over 400 feet long. There's earthwork occurring over 0.73 acres, which is a little less than a quarter of the lot, and another quarter acre of tree removal, but without any ground disturbance. So the work actually started on approximately July 15th, and most of the work that was completed includes the majority of the driveway, the earthwork, and the footings for the house. The original plan showed just under a half an acre of disturbance, and since the actual disturbance exceeds that, the staff directed the owner to stop work and to apply for an erosion control permit, which he did. We actually believe that we're exempt from requiring this board's approval because your regulations stipulate that a single-family house on a property that's not part of a subdivision is exempt. And that's what we have. We have a single-family house on a property that's not part of a subdivision. We do have an erosion control plan. I'm not suggesting that we're not obligated to control erosion. I'm just saying that I don't believe that the approval of this board is required. Like I said, we do have an erosion control plan. Most of the erosion controls are actually already in place, and some of the areas that were disturbed are already have been reseeded and have grass growing on them. So I'm happy to go through the plans if you would like. I'll take direction from you.
I took a look up there because I was a little curious because it's not in a wetland zone. That
Before we get into any question and answers, Pam, is his statement accurate that it is outside our purview?
We're not sure. If I may, Pam.
Yeah,
So we're not certain. We haven't put this question to legal counsel yet. Because there is a reading, essentially, the zoning regs state that if you're going to cause more than half an acre of disturbance, you need to get an approval for your erosion control plan. An erosion control plan is provided here. There is noted that there is an exception that if you are building a single-family house on a lot that has not been subdivided, that you are exempt from the requirements as listed in the 2002 Soil and Erosion Control Guide, which is the state of Connecticut's guide for this. I have been reading that exemption as you need a soil and erosion control plan, but it doesn't necessarily have to conform with the 2002 regs. I believe Mr. Parsons has been reading the plan as you need the plan that conforms with the regs, but you don't need approval. I don't actually know whether or not this body should grant approval. I asked Todd to come here to be safe, because if you grant your approval and it's not needed, then that's fine. And if your approval does wind up needed and then isn't granted, then this process gets stretched out longer. Because the original, we should have gone through this before the work started, but because the original intended scope of work was just under half an acre, we didn't make the determination at that time.
So it got bigger, a
It
little
got
bit
bigger.
bigger, then it got kicked, in theory, to us.
Yes, the original plans that were proposed did not have that, the addition on the, the north side of the house, which is on the right side of the plan there, where there's the large material stockpile. That extra area got disturbed, so now it comes before us and it makes the disturbance. The silt fence is in place along the stone wall at the southern edge of the boundary. The silt fence is there. There's been seeding done. There's a Filtrex sock there as well. The erosion control plan exists, and I'm sure Mr. Parsons will be able to wax poetic about how it works. But I asked it to come before this commission partially to know what the commission wants to do about this specific example of if it's more than half an acre of disturbance, but it's a single-family house, do you want to see it or not? And
it is not, oh, okay.
There's some
nothing to
great
do with
changes on this. There's a 130-foot retaining wall, and we've gotten voluminous complaints from the neighbors for
the amount of activity.
all of the activity.
That's right.
So he had an erosion control plan. The developer had already retained Leonard. Leonard had already
Right.
prepared, now they've modified it with the expanded
Actuals.
work.
So it's
Because,
bigger.
it's,
bigger.
I think it will, it's in the developer's interest to just get it approved, and when the neighbors have an issue with it, it's,
But where are
Why don't I
the
suggest
wetlands here that we're
There,
talking
there are no wetlands.
No wetlands.
This is all about
Not
soil
an
and
issue
erosion.
of wetlands.
This is all soil and erosion.
So why don't I make this suggestion? I'll make the presentation, it's short. Hopefully, you can approve it tonight. I don't believe you're obligated to wait 14 days because it's not a wetlands application. It's-
you'd have to refer it for an agent determination in order to approve it this evening.
Then,
And he has to be agreeable to issuing that determination.
at some point, hopefully, you will resolve this question because this issue, we've faced this before, and I know you're gonna face it again. So my suggestion is you resolve that question. But if you'd like me to go through it, I'm happy to go through it.
Mike, if the buck is gonna fall on your shoulders, I think it would warrant the presentation briefly, so that.
Certainly.
If it's gonna be an agent determination and we're not comfortable with it, then we would have some say in it.
If it was to be an agent determination and you weren't comfortable with it, then it wouldn't be an agent determination.
Right.
It's only an agent determination if you're mostly comfortable with it and trust me enough to double check the last few things and then say it's good.
Go ahead, Todd.
Okay, so, we have a filter sock along the driveway, this area here. And generally, the slope is all sloping this way. And that's already in. The silt fence here, that's already in. And I believe this silt fence here is already in also. We show an additional silt fence, around the stockpile. You may have or may not have installed that at this point. For additional work, we're also showing this entire pink-colored area here and here to be covered with an erosion control blanket. That's not in because he hasn't finished final grades because he was told to stop work.
Piles of stone, I've been there.
There's a pile of stone over here, and a pile of topsoil over here. All of the areas, will be reseeded. And also some laurel plantings on the upper slope. And there's a drainage system that would collect runoff. So there's some runoff that comes down the old, I'll call it a road, comes down the old gravel pathway. That'll be collected here, another catch basin here to collect runoff that comes around this side of the house. And then it eventually ties into the system in Crescent Street. And most of the driveway work is already done.
And that catch basin's there, right? Or
The
isn't
catch
there-
basin
Yeah, I
in
saw
Crescent
it.
Street is there.
Isn't
and
there
there's
one
a-
further up, though? a new
There
one?
is one, that one will get eliminated because it's not in the right place.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're gonna have, and it's a very small pipe that connects to it also. So
Okay.
we're gonna rework that area.
Is what he presented complete enough for you?
The erosion control plan as presented is comprehensive. If I had to, this also has to go before soil and erosion because of the steep, before zoning, because of the steep slope it's on, and there are some questions to be answered there. The only thing I would note is that the erosion control blanket, as it currently exists, only extends slightly behind the garage for the plan, for the where the erosion control blanket's gonna be. And I don't remember precisely what the recommended slopes are for when you roll out a soil and erosion control blanket, but if the slopes behind the house also remain disturbed and steep, it should extend behind the house as
We
well.
can expand that
Yeah.
a bit to the rest of the area.
That's the thing that I'm thinking of, is the only other thing looking at this that is problematic or potentially problematic from my standpoint. The existence of Filtrex sock, which has already been seeded along with hay to stabilize soil. There's a rock pad to stop tracking dirt out onto the street, which is good for keeping soil where it is on the proposed driveway. The other plans are, in my opinion, suitable.
Is there any need for a bond on something like this?
We've got something with the building department already, right?
I don't know.
No?
a bond could be requested. This is a significant amount of soil and erosion work.
My thought from being up there today is that we've had a lot of rain, nothing seems to be moving around too much. You know, they've got the silt fences in, it's all ledge up there, right?
There has been a significant amount of blasting in the area because after digging, it turned out to be ledge, as was relayed to me by the site contractor. There is a lot of rock on site.
So yeah, I haven't seen anything spilling onto the road. To me, it seems like fairly secure site. Not fairly, it's a very secure site
So
in
you are
terms of
suggesting
erosion that we don't need.
that
really
we don't need a bond?
No.
Gary, anything?
I agree.
Okay.
Yep.
Michael?
I don't know that it's the agent's place to suggest bonds, but I don't necessarily know that one is needed given that grass seed has already taken to stabilize some of the sites at the bottom of the site. And that otherwise along the western boundary is a stone wall. I don't know how much of a bond would be needed.
All right, are you comfortable with making an agent determination on this?
Yes, following the expansion of that erosion control blanket to make sure that the rear slopes at the back of the house are also stabilized and making sure that all that silt fence around the dirt stockpile is up, I believe that I would be comfortable making that determination.
Okay. Do we need a motion to support that, Pam, or just?
Yeah, a motion to refer, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we refer, application 21-43 to construct a single-family home, on Lincoln Avenue between Crescent, 85 Crescent and 69 Crescent Street, to our, inland wetlands agent for a determination. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Russ? All those in favor? Unanimous?
Okay.
Okay, Michael?
We'll be in touch.
Well, I thank you very much for cooperating. Next application is 21-44. The applicant is Brian Dwyer. The owner is Christopher Chinat. 242 Perch Rock Trail to rebuild a lake wall.
I believe this is the correct lake wall. Yes.
Surveys, share.
You know what this was?
Just passing around pictures that I took earlier in the week that are the existing conditions on the lake wall.
I was here.
File.
Well, now's the drawdown anyway, 2 weeks.
Yeah, I thought it was, he tried to get in for the deep draw. No, I remember.
Okay, for the record, you want to state who you are?
Hi, I'm Brian Dwyer, and this is Chris Chinot, the homeowner. I'm the contractor with Dwyer Masonry LLC. Nice to see everybody. In person. And we're here to discuss lake wall rebuild and an easement for storm drain that needs to be installed before I do my work.
This came before, didn't we look at this
I'm new
when?
to this,
for
but you
the-
may have, yeah.
We may have looked at, I remember for the deep drawdown, but we couldn't get all our ducks in order for that. And then, was there something that you potentially met with the town about, with Jim Rollins for the drain? Is there an existing drain that is on the street that maybe with a catch basin that comes out
That's
through
right.
here? Okay, all right.
There's a catch basin on Perch Rock which runs through the property.
Right.
And exits into the lake. And when I purchased the property, that storm drain was completely clogged with sand. It had not been maintained apparently.
Right.
And that potentially caused some erosion of that lake wall, contributing to its condition. So Jim Rollins has said that what he would do is repair that section of the pipe when we've taken that wall apart and it's exposed, and he can come in and reconnect that pipe. That's what he
Is
said.
there do we have any contact? That's something, we don't have anything in writing. I know, I'm sure he came out there and talked to you, but eventually to move this forward, we would need from Jim, from the town, how long of a section of pipe they were willing to do or were planning on doing and all that, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't know where it sits connected totally. My
Right.
assumption is it's pretty close to the lake, but I don't know.
Right.
I think you've heard previously that our role tonight will simply be to accept your application. And I think it would behoove you, and I would request that you ask Jim to provide a statement with detail as to how he would help you remedy this situation on your property, so that when you come before us the next time, that part of the application is sort of satisfied in terms of that. And then we can deal with strictly the lake wall in itself and the contractor for that.
It's likely that staff is gonna run this by Attorney Nelligan to see before the town undertakes, the drainage improvements, that an easement if one is not already recorded, and I'm inclined to think that it isn't, because if it was a formal easement to the town for, maintenance of this pipe, it would be noted on the survey, and it's not. So there may need to be a maintenance agreement that I'm sure Kevin Nelligan would prepare.
Okay.
And that could be condition of approval, ultimately, that it get,
So based on what Jim Rollins would submit to the applicant?
yeah, whatever they work out, we just wanna confirm with, whether or not they're, town's, legal opinion would be that, there be a formal easement to the town.
Is it possible that if you talk to Jim as soon as possible?
Yeah.
That you can get a statement from him way before the next meeting, so maybe we'll have an opinion from Kevin Nelligan and an agreement?
So you can
So that
get
we
going.
we
in
don't have to
direction.
condition it,
Right.
as opposed to we can just simply move ahead.
Yeah, I'll start that conversation tomorrow.
So we've got that component about it, and then you're here to speak about, I'm just looking at this set of plans of the section of the wall to be repaired, which is pretty much the whole section on your, I guess we'll call this an easement property, is that?
Sure.
Okay, so it's a rebuilding of that whole wall? It's a tear down, I'm not sure if usually we see a scope of, and you can probably speak this, we see a scope of work for, we're putting a silt fence out in the water area, because it's a drawdown.
Yeah, we'll get all
What
that.
types of material, all that.
Brian,
sort of
you've been
stuff.
before us before, we need a lot more detail than what you've
Right,
submitted.
right. This is, we
just getting
we
the
just
ball
met
going.
tonight, Chris
Okay.
and I.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna get all our ducks in a row. We just wanted to get our approval here tonight, and we'll be back in a month
Steve, just
or 2 weeks.
to avoid the kind of confusion we had with Mr. Goulet, might we want to suggest to these folks to get an engineered plan for the work that they want to do? Because this is a pretty big deal. This pipe goes all the way under their property out into the lake. And if it's full of sand and has to be flushed, it has to be flushed in a way that doesn't push silt into the lake.
It's not filled now, it's clear now.
Okay.
And is the town gonna pay for that engineer drawing? Because it's their pipe, right? I mean,
Well, these are all
Well-
things
I mean,
we gotta talk about.
Let's one at a
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I could get, of course, supply an engineered cross-section of the drawing, but it's a pretty straightforward small wall. It's only 3 feet tall. It's on flat land. There's no
I think
slope
Mary Ann
going
is
towards
referring
it.
more to the pipe part of it than the
Right.
wall
No,
part of it.
Right.
all the whole thing, the whole job.
Right.
Well, it's just
Well, if I need an engineered plan, then everybody does, right?
It's flat, there's no grade to it
Yeah.
at all, there's
Yeah.
no.
It's the
pervious,
flattest property I've ever
impervious,
seen there, really.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't been to the property.
The property is
Per truck.
virtually very level.
Yeah.
The property owned by Mr. Peter Daddio.
Right.
His commission has reviewed that property many times. It is very, very flat. It's a big open patch of land. The wall's not good. It's 2 swift sledgehammer swings away from becoming a pile of rocks, as you
And
can
it's gonna
see.
fall into the lake, the
Yeah.
angle of it, the way it is.
And
there's
it's a direct result of the
And there's
pipe.
water behind it, putting pressure on it also. Once the lake drops, that wall is gonna go somewhere.
Of course, the big question is, something has to be done about the pipe, because if the pipe isn't maintained, then it's gonna create this problem again, but the pipe can't be maintained until the Public Works Director is satisfied that there's access to maintain it. So the Public Works Director has to have an agreement with a formal easement filed, most likely, before they're willing to maintain the pipe, so that way the town knows that it has this pipe and it's maintaining it. And then once that's done and squared away, it becomes a question of repairing the lake wall.
But what does maintaining the pipe mean?
It could require needing to, if parts of the pipe corrode or need to be removed, the easement as a maintenance easement could require excavation of parts of the earth around the pipe to remove sections of pipe by cutting, placing, and refitting.
What it does is restrict any type of on-ground development over the area of the pipe.
So you can't build
So
anything
you wouldn't
over
be
it.
able to locate a shed ever. I mean, you get that, right?
I know
Like-
the property, it's,
You just can't put a
there's
shed
about
over
this
it.
much space between the houses and the pipe goes like
Oh,
this.
this is a pretty
It's
wide
pretty
piece of property.
substantial.
No, you got
can play
50
volleyball
feet.
there easy.
This is a pretty wide piece of property.
Yeah, there isn't
Yeah,
that.
I know
Yeah.
that.
I tripped over it.
Yeah.
It's
And,
right
and
there.
this is just for 242 per track, not your house property.
No, that wall is perfectly
Property
sound.
line is here.
What's the length
Is
of
the
wall you're
pipe,
gonna replace?
isn't the pipe, PVC?
I think it's 62 feet.
It's white?
62, it's like 40, and then a 6-foot return, and then a 10-foot jog to the neighbor.
She was showing it to me.
Mary Ann's offensive. There's no, you're gonna do it during the draw.
Yeah, of course.
There's no silt fence, there's nothing showing any erosion control.
Right.
That's the
whatsoever.
easement.
I haven't gotten a retainer yet either.
Well, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I know that. We've never met, Gary. We'll have all that, yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
plus, it should have somewhat of a cross
You
section.
know the house that you don't like with that?
Always, yeah.
Yes.
So just,
Weed
just,
holes and drainage and all the proper.
Property, as you're looking at the house from the
Yeah.
water to the.
so you asked for a cross-section, I just wanna make sure the record
Yeah, yeah,
catches
completely.
everything that you're looking for, so
No,
maybe if you guys
cross-section.
will review it.
Silt fence,
Yeah?
you know, and again, you gotta run with the methodology on how you're doing it. I remember one permit that went through a week ago, where are you doing your saw cutting, where are you doing everything else? Nobody's looking at this. You know, we look at it 1 week, and we don't look at it in 1 month, don't look at it the next.
Yeah.
And while they're in front of you, the proposal for this application is rebuild lake wall.
Right.
I don't know if you're gonna be looking for a separate application, from the town for, or if it can be added to this one for, or it should be at least added to the proposal if you're inclined to accept it tonight, that it's rebuild lake wall and drainage improvements.
I would think that that goes simultaneously.
But you
know, I
wanna
would-
note
I
it that
would
you're
think
accepting
we
it
wanna
tonight,
put
the
it in.
clock is starting. And so,
Are you willing to expand the application to include the pipe? I mean, we're not saying you're responsible for doing it, but that the pipe.
Then yes.
That the pipe is gonna be
It's
addressed.
not my pipe.
The pipe is gonna, well, it's.
Right, but it's gotta be done, obviously. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
so that, okay, so that, it's now a twofold application. One is to address the pipe issue and the drainage from the street to the lake. And then the second issue would be to rebuild the lake wall.
Right.
Okay, we know what we're doing with the pipe. What are we doing with the lake wall now?
Lake wall's gotta come down, and, you know, provide all the proper silt fence and all that, and you've seen me work, I never touched the ground, I mean, I did, 450 feet of lake wall last year or so, and never had any problems with erosion or anything like that. All the soil's gonna be removed as soon as it's going, you know, we'll be digging by hand, there'll be no machine work there, there won't be any cutting with a saw there, I'm a mason, I don't need a saw, so,
I have a question because in visiting the site yesterday, there are at least 2 trees that I think have to be addressed when you're doing what you're doing. Can you talk about that?
yeah, I mean,
We wanna try and save the tree.
Good luck.
I know.
in my
Experience.
Yeah, well, in my experience with this, I mean, the trees don't, their roots don't grow into the lake. They all go back into the ground. They don't come towards the water. So we'll save them if we can. I mean, if they're beyond saving, we'll have to go, but we can revisit that and take
Well,
pictures.
cut what we have to cut, and if it lives, if it dies, it dies. I mean, that's the best we can do it.
Because the area immediately behind the lake wall is as eroded as it is, and the goal is to save some of the vegetation, this would be an application where it would be very easy and favorable to ask for a vegetated buffer along the edge of the wall. Adding, if you cannot save the tree, adding new plantings alongside it, otherwise replacing something of similar size and scope here would continue to make sure that there aren't drainage problems behind this wall in addition to the pipe work. Good to make sure that it doesn't fall down again for as long as possible.
But that takes place with weep holes and all the stone behind the wall. That's not necessarily a surface problem. I don't believe.
Gary,
Depends on how far the roots plunge, though.
the height of the wall, are you going to match your neighbor's heights?
Yes, so we will be raising it approximately 10 inches, depending on, it's tough to tell with that wall because it's halfway falling down, but they'd like to match
And you're
the
gonna
neighbors.
maintain that cutout that's there?
While you're talking about the neighbor,
Patio's on one side.
no, the neighbor, I think it's to the, if you're to the right.
From the street to the right?
Yes.
The big brick
Yes.
monstrosity?
You would have no footings that extend out into the lake bed as exists on the other side, correct? Would there be any type of footing that extends out into the lake bed?
Are there any other concerns that they have to address before they come back before us next month? We all good? All right, do we have a motion to accept?
As not significant.
That is not a significant activity, this is yours,
It's yours. I make the motion to,
Is it a significant activity that we need a public hearing?
no.
No? Okay, thank you.
Make the motion to accept application 21-44, applicant Brian Dwyer.
Who's the owner?
Christian,
242 per truck. We built lake wall and address
Drainage issues.
drainage issues.
second, anybody? Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff? All in favor? Mary Ann? Yes? Okay, all right, it's unanimous, thank you very much. Okay, good night.
We got to Jim Rowlands to make sure, but I think it's single. I don't remember. I haven't.
Good night, Gary. Next application is Inland Wetlands Commission, number 21-45. The applicant is Michael Cardello. The owner is Jeff Mueller and Melissa Mueller. 248 Perch Rock Trail, demolish existing house, reconstruct new single-family residence on same footprint.
Just passing around pictures of the house. This is only a few properties to the south along Perch Rock from the previous property.
It's right next to, he's looking at, this way goes to the house.
I captured the front, the rear of the house, as well as the condition of the lake wall at the rear.
Say it again, Michael?
The pictures show the front of the house, the rear of the house, as well as the distance of the yard from the rear of the house to the lake wall, the condition of that yard, and the condition of the lake wall.
For the record, please state who you are, sir.
It's Michael Cardello. I'm representing Jeffrey and Melissa Mueller. I've been contracted by them to demolish their existing house, remove the foundation, put a new foundation in the existing footprint, and construct a new two-story home. I spoke with my site contractor. We are gonna export all material during construction of this process. And then, once the foundation is poured, we will import material to put back. We're proposing to run silt fence along the side properties, along the lake wall, and up the other side of the property. We're gonna run footing drains and rain leaders to rain garden. And during demolition and construction, we're gonna put all the dumpsters on the existing paved parking area in front of the house on Perch Rock.
One, I don't, okay, there, you'll have all the specs I know for the rain garden and all that. What-
Yes.
I
Yeah.
did notice when there's the steps that go down to the water, there's 2 pipes down there. I'm
I
not
gotta
sure
say,
what they are.
I'm kinda new to this. I
Okay.
was just hired 3 weeks ago by
Oh,
these
all right.
people, and I got thrown
Yeah,
to the
it was
wolves.
just something, and I was at the site.
There is a pipe at the stairs. When I was there the
Yeah.
other morning with my site guy, I believe it's for a sump pump.
Okay,
Because all of a sudden, we heard water coming.
Was
and it
that-
came out by the steps.
okay, so there's 2 pipes, there's a small black pipe on one side and a white pipe on the other side.
The water came out of the black pipe.
That makes
On the
sense.
one on the small side.
Right.
The white pipe, I believe, could be an existing footing drain.
Right.
I'm not sure. Like I said,
That's something I'd like to, for our next meeting, I'd like to see if we can figure out what those are, because those are direct what we
Right.
basically don't want, right?
Oh,
We got-
absolutely.
right, yeah, we've got direct discharge of 2 unknown, one we assume is a sump pump for a basement, and the other is, maybe for leaders, it could be any number of things, but it's a white drainage pipe, so it might be, I didn't see any leaders coming off the roofs that go into something,
I
they
don't
just
believe
went.
there are.
But it would be something that we would definitely need to address, to identify, and to reroute, maybe the white one, nothing ever comes out of it.
Correct.
But it's certainly stuff that we would want to, in the scope of a big job like this, that we would certainly want to go into the rain garden or dead end somewhere else, or come up with another solution for.
I don't believe there's really any area to run the footing drains to daylight on this property. I think the rain garden is, the way to go, but
Right,
that's gonna be determined by a site engineer
you're right,
possibly.
yeah, like I said, I just wanted to make sure, note that that's on our.
I didn't hear it.
Oh,
So the
okay.
footing drains,
We
are
don't-
okay discharging? Cause I mean, technically, there's not supposed to be a lot of water coming from them. But
Right.
the fact that there's a sump pump,
We don't know, yeah, what my thought was that let's just identify that in the next set of plans and come up with that discharging somewhere else, whatever it is.
both, or just the sump pump?
Yes, both, because you've got 2
Well, if you're
drains.
redoing the basement, I mean,
There may
that's,
not be a need for a sump pump.
it might not be it,
Yeah,
right.
they're,
But
They may
until the
not-
house plans and the site plan, the engineered site plan.
Well, I don't think he's saying an engineered site plan.
no, he's the owner, he just said he was gonna have an engineered site
If
plan.
we- If that's what you're requesting.
Well, normally you would for the building
It's
of
gonna,
the house,
oh,
yeah.
for sure.
You're gonna
Yeah,
need it.
yeah,
Right.
so I just wanted to make sure that those 2 items are addressed on that set
Okay.
of plans. Pam, did that make sense?
Yeah, that you
Okay,
are,
yeah. After I clarified,
that
yeah,
you,
no, I got
you
you.
are expecting an engineered site plan on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big, you're tearing out the whole foundation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're digging up the whole house.
You're, yeah, and excavating and pouring a new foundation.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you gone before any other commission yet, or you started?
Not at
yet?
all. This is my first meeting to get through this stage first
Okay.
and then go to zoning.
Is there anything else that we need from the gentleman for next month's meeting?
You just gotta talk about whether it's significant or not
Right.
significant.
Do we feel we need a public hearing as a significant impact?
Same footprint.
Same footprint?
Footprint, same.
We're good?
Yeah.
It's a level site? Okay. You get the gist of where we're headed and what you need to provide us next month for approval?
Yes,
Okay, any questions?
not at all.
Is there any, the only quick, just what I thought of it, but that may be a zoning thing, is the height of the house, is that gonna
It's a
change?
zoning.
Zoning.
That's zoning.
That's
okay.
zoning.
Right, okay, no, I just wanted to make sure, I just popped in my head. So,
You're not proposing any garage or any extension?
No garage,
Just
we're
strict-
proposing, based on the house drawing, when I got from the architect, they're raising the grade in front of the house, between the house and the retaining wall, to make it one step from the parking area to the front door.
Front, road or the lake?
The roadside, sorry, where the parking area is, right now, it's like 3 or 4 steps down, I believe, to the front door.
Yeah.
On the house drawing that the architect's given me, the proposal, it's one step off the parking area to the front door. So the foundation wall is gonna be poured higher on the roadside, and they're gonna fill that area in between the existing retaining wall and the house.
There's a full basement now, right?
Yes, there is a full basement in the house.
So you're raising it 16 inches or so, something,
Uh,
something like that.
Probably, yes. I really, like I said, I just got thrown into this.
And we'll see all that in the site plan.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, we'll have all the elevations, top of wall and all that for you.
You planning on replacing the basement, or
Excuse me?
are you planning on replacing the basement, or
Yes.
just?
Yeah, full
The foundation's gonna come out and a new foundation report. And everything, any material that's dug up is gonna be exported out. We're not gonna store any material on site. Because a lot of that's gonna be garbage, and we're just gonna bring in new fill.
Just for purposes of clarity, you're not proposing or asking for anything to be done on the lake wall itself?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
Unless we have to do something with those two
No, those
pipes.
pipes just come and rest on those stairs.
Right,
you know,
okay.
and you'd
I
have to-
just
you're gonna-
noticed-
You may have to excavate them out or dead end them, it's up to you if you wanna pull them out or cut them off, how you wanna
Right.
handle that, but.
Any, expansion in impervious or more pervious?
No,
Nothing,
everything's
no
staying
changes?
as is.
Okay, may I have a motion to accept?
With a finding of no
Non-significant
significant
activity, thank you.
I'll make a motion to
Oh, Mary Ann.
accept, application 2145, Michael Cardello, 248 Perch Rock Trail. The application is to demolish the existing home and reconstruct a new single-family residence on the same footprint. No significant activity.
Second? Andrea, all those in favor of accepting? Unanimous? Okay, thank you very much.
Great,
If
thank
there's
you
any
very much.
questions, please see,
Good night.
if there's any questions, please see Sam or Mike for any specificity that you may have not written down or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
good night, guy. All right, next item on the agenda is agent determination. Anything-
No,
there
see
is-
see the amended agenda?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I forgot.
There's an
Yep,
no,
yep.
and there's an amended agenda, and then there's an application.
I know, I saw that.
The next item on the agenda, if I may, Mr. Chair, is IWWC 21-46. The applicant owner is Affordable Family Housing LLC. The location is North Main Street, maps 017, block 150, lot 038A. The proposal is for a driveway.
For the record, please state who you are, sir.
Kasdan Click,
Say again?
Kasdan Click,
Okay.
Affordable Family Housing LLC.
Okay, please state what you'd like to do. I know you're in a violation situation.
Yeah, putting in a driveway on the property.
4,000-foot driveway.
You want to talk to us about your project?
Yeah, so right now we're doing a driveway. I want to finish, I put in a request for a temporary work to, don't know if it'll get approved, but a 30-day period to do finished product from Ridge 1 to Ridge 2. That'll button everything up by winter time, and then it's gonna snow, and then finish the rest of the driveway probably in the spring. And, yeah, that's what we're doing right now, and that's gonna take a whole year worth of work to just do the driveway.
All right, we're just getting an opportunity now only to look at your application, so.
Sure.
Is this connected to a larger plan, development plan?
On the outline, there's a little box, and, that's where, like a house, single family, like residential, log cabin,
Okay.
1,600 square foot house. Once the driveway's gotta be done first, you know.
But has there been approval to put a home on the, like, has that
No.
happened?
We got a cease and desist order for clearing, so, you requested erosion control plan, and I supplied an erosion control plan as requested.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to provide some clarification.
Yep.
Mr. Click has, over the, since the previous meeting, Mr. Click has performed some work on the site to add soil and erosion control fencing, silt fencing, as well as to do some earth tamping on the lower parts of the site where the earth was previously disturbed in order to make sure that it was staying a little bit more stable. He has, I spoke with Mr. Click several times, including yesterday when he was able to get his application in, and I informed him that he's going to require a survey and an engineered plan for this site. He has provided a site plan at a 1 inches 120 square feet scale, which is generally about a 3 times level higher zoom out than this commission normally accepts with engineered plans. The general site plan is going up a very, very steep property. Previous applications, or rather my previous reports on this property provided images which showed the steepness of the property and the clearing that had gone on already. This is Mr. Click's application to legitimize the clearing that has occurred, which is in the path of the driveway, to widen some of those areas in between these very steep sections of driveway such that there are pull-offs for cars as they go up this area, which has slopes of 3 to 1 in many regions. The property clearly is going to require more accurate topo readings. It's going to require plans for drainage, and it's going to require a survey to verify where he's coming in. This information was communicated to Mr. Click at the time of the submission of his application yesterday.
Is there any wetlands on this piece?
As far as I can tell, I'm not certain. This is a 17 to 18 acre parcel of land. I have only walked on curtilage rights, which are the rights I have until an applicant submits an application, only permit me to walk on access routes. So I can only walk on the driveway or observe from a neighboring property or a public road. I have not necessarily seen that there are wetlands, but I am not a designated soil scientist, so my observations are primarily based on vegetation. There definitely could be. A soil scientist wetlands delineation would well be called for on this site, particularly for its size. That is certainly not beyond the scope of what could well be asked for.
Did you look at it on the GIS with the wetlands?
I have looked at it on the GIS with the layer. The GIS layer is relatively coarse. One of the things is that because this lot is so steep, so wetlands often occur in areas that are, natural bowls in the earth where water can easily pool. That doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't small depressions where water might be pooling, and there are smaller wetlands here, particularly intermittent wetlands. But the property is steep slope, and as far as I can see on the GIS layer, there isn't explicitly designated wetlands on this site. But this is an erosion question. This is a soils question.
Yeah.
And in all fairness to you, you only walk the road.
Absolutely, which is, while I do believe the disturbance is over half an acre, it is half an acre of disturbance on an 18-acre lot. I have not walked significant portions of it.
Is this something that's also going into zoning?
Yes.
Right, okay, so we're just really looking at the drainage part of it right now?
And or possibly if there's vernal
Erosion.
pools or wetlands, there, you know,
Right.
this, you know, a site plan, if he came in looking just for zoning approval, typically you'd have a site plan, and that's when staff would make a determination, well, first you need wetlands approval.
Right. For the drainage.
Do you
Yeah.
know that when we accept an application, then like a clock starts ticking? You have a certain amount of time to,
No, I just was told I gotta pay you guys and finish the application, so I did.
okay, so we should probably let him know how much time he has to get us an engineered site plan and all the things that we need to see in order to approve this application.
Well, typically, we would accept your application tonight,
Yeah.
and based on the dialogue that transpired, you know what you'd have to do in terms of homework for the next meeting for us to consider approving what you'd like to do. I think it's a monumental task, and what the commissioner is referring to is that there's a time frame which you can talk to Pam about as to how much
100
time
days.
you would have to ask us to, that you haven't submitted everything yet, the engineer didn't do what you've asked him to do, you don't have the survey yet, and things of that sort. So you could get an extension and an extension,
Yeah,
but
so,
you're gonna run out of time
like,
somewhere
withdraw
along.
the application at this time, and then we'll resubmit, like, in the spring or something, you're saying?
Well, then you're not gonna be able to get anything done.
Yeah, because he's
Oh,
under a
okay.
cease and desist, you
you
gotta
know,
have an
and-
application.
Because we're stopping you now.
Yeah.
We're not gonna, you have asked for temporary ability to continue, you're not going to get it. So, you know, the idea is to meet our needs so
But
that
then-
we can now move ahead.
Yeah, within 100 days, but we only meet
Oh.
once a month,
Oh,
right? So
That's
You-
4
you
meetings.
get like 3 bites at the apple, essentially.
okay. So like 3 months to,
It's
Well,
100
the
days.
sooner you bring us what we've asked for, the sooner we will render a decision.
okay.
Eventually, if you don't bring us what we asked for, you're gonna run out of time, and the application is gonna be denied, and you're left with what you've done, and you can't do another thing, period.
At that point, you'd have to resubmit the application.
Another start all over again.
And we've been hearing that engineers are very busy right now,
Yeah,
so I just
yeah, same.
want you to be aware, like, of
Yeah.
the timeframe, yeah.
Sure.
Do we, is this, we're going to accept this application, do we need a public hearing that is significant
That-
impact?
Yes. Yes.
See, I'm a mind reader.
A,
I read body language in the back.
if the commission does not believe that this is work of significant impact, a public hearing can still be held if 25 signatures can be gathered from the public.
That's
but-
if they, or they can also,
Or you can just determine it now
that it's in the public interest.
that it's in the public interest to do so,
Yeah.
to hold a public hearing for the work going on at this property.
I'm inclined to believe that there seems to be public interest, and it's certainly a significant project, for sure. And it probably would warrant a public hearing, in my opinion, but I'm only one of, yes?
Absolutely.
But you have to be, you know.
We have to provide a reason.
No, you just have to pick. It's either
Public in-
significant activity or public
Public
interest,
interest.
because if it's significant activity, then the engineer has to present with alternatives along with the intended proposed plan. And why why the intended proposed plan is the most feasible and prudent alternative available.
And the other choice would be public interest.
Right, and then there's only one plan.
Significant activity or public interest? Right.
Gary?
Significant activity, I
Jeff?
believe.
Anybody?
It's a,
I think it's kind of both. I think we pick
Yeah,
one.
Well,
yeah, but I think
there's a threshold on one is more significant than on the other. So that's why, let's be careful of what we're asking for as opposed to, you know, if something slips through our fingers because
Be
it's
mindful of- yeah.
public interest, then, you know, it has some weight. If it's,
Well, it's handled the same way though, right? The public comes in.
yeah, the public would have a right to speak.
Well,
But if it's,
significant activity, you're saying
then-
has a higher bar on the engineer.
yes.
Make
And
it they have to
there has to be
provide-
an alternative presented also to us.
Making a determination that this is a significant impact, if you were to make a determination that this is a significant impact, and then the public hearing closes, and you choose to approve whatever comes out at the end, you have to inherently make the determination that what was approved was fine and there were no prudent alternatives that could have lessened impact of what is governed by this body to what was approved. There was nothing that was going to make this better. This was a good plan, it works, it's as minimal as possible if you do significant impact. Public
Well, just to
interest.
respond to that, if we do that and we ask for an independent engineer to review the proposal, then we sort of cover our bases that, you know, they've addressed it to the best way possible, and the independent, our engineer agrees. If the engineer disagrees, then the onus would then go back to the, you know, applying applicant and for an alternative.
Yes.
Yes?
So I think we're leaning towards significant activity.
Yeah, seems to be.
Yeah. Also
Okay.
on a state road, right?
It is, though that complicates things in weird ways.
Okay.
We're going to accept your application tonight. We're gonna deem it a public hearing for significant activity. My suggestion to you would be to meet with Michael and Pam as soon as possible to sort of write down and take notes as to what that means to you and what you have to provide us to satisfy this commission's desire to approve or disapprove because you don't provide what we're asking for. And most of what we're going to ask for is not within your scope to submit it, to do it. It's gonna be an engineer, a surveyor, probably, we're gonna review what your guy submits to a private, you know, our own engineer, to see if there are any improvements to be made, or there's other ways to do it that might be better and less disturbing. So, there's a lot, and you haven't taken any notes.
All right.
So, you know, would be my suggestion to you. Can the applicant withdraw the application and just
Yeah,
let it end?
I'd like to withdraw it
Not
at
with
this
the
time.
cease and desist in place.
Okay,
There has to
cannot.
be some type of plan of remediation.
So it has to be remediated to a certain extent.
It has to be stabilized.
Okay,
And you.
Am I wrong, correct?
There is a cease and desist in place on the property. If the property can either sit there, my cease and desist.
It's gonna take
notes-
6 months just to get the engineer to engineer this project.
Potentially.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like,
no, we do.
that passes the $100 window. And then I got the neighbors over there going door to door, talking to people, being weird.
Sir, you
Let
wanna
us not
address the
direct.
commission?
I'm just
let
saying.
Us, let
like,
us not
I'm
direct.
trying to be realistic here, you know?
Well,
I
we're
don't
trying to be-
wanna waste everyone's time.
we're trying to be realistic
You know.
with you also, so,
Yeah.
you know, if you wanna withdraw your application, and then you have to satisfy the cease and desist.
Yeah, so.
But
And
that's how, I mean,
The cease and desist is satisfied when an application is submitted and satisfactorily created. I do not have the power to approve plans in the interim. I have probably, in some ways, you know, my power, I may have overstretched beyond what I said. You can
I just don't wanna be in
tamp the
news,
property.
you know, with the hearing.
Trying to work it all out.
You know, we're trying to make this work,
the
but
goal is to
no-
have it stabilized.
once it's stabilized, no more work should go on at
Okay,
all.
so then, if he withdraws his application in order to satisfy the
I don't
cease.
think he can withdraw it, cause it's a cease and desist.
Well, he can
He
withdraw
can't
it, but then the cease and desist just remains in place, and any activity that goes on the site at all would be subject to $100 a day citations for each violation,
He can't
and an injunction issued by
He-
Attorney
he-
Kevin
he-
Nelligan.
So you're saying he can't do anything, period?
You gotta stabilize the site.
So we can't stabilize the site?
The stabilization of the site with temporary erosion control measures such as silt fence and, earth compaction, but not, heavy earth compaction, just shovels and ensuring that nothing's moving terribly after rainstorms going out and shoring up silt fence, wipeouts, that would be fine.
And maybe that's his plan, but it should be approved by this commission. If his plan, look, here, I know I'm subject to cease and desist. I'm gonna, move my equipment off-site, that's it. I'm gonna put erosion control blankets everywhere and let the site get stabilized.
And that would satisfy the cease and
Well,
desist?
that would be your call.
Yeah.
Would it satisfy?
Well, that Michael would visit the site and determine that satisfies.
It might be a path
the-
forward.
The cease and desist.
Right.
And that would end the application and satisfy.
That might be the approval, that might be
Yeah.
the scope of the project.
Does that make sense to you?
I can't agree to any of this. I gotta ask the USDA. It's a federal farm. You know, I got laws, I got rights. I got the right to farm.
You have
So
rights
whatever you guys
to-
say now, send it in an email, I'll talk to them, and, you know what I mean? Like,
You have the right-
You guys are just against me to access my property.
No,
know, and-
you have the right to farm.
And I
as
see
a-
it's a big liability, but I got insurance. But if you're pulling the project, I'm pulling the insurance. I'm not gonna insure this property.
We're not pulling the project, we're saying you will approve your project if you want us to move ahead with it.
Okay,
And if you want to withdraw your application, that's your mouth, not mine,
okay.
okay? And if you want to withdraw the application, you have a cease and desist that has to be satisfied. You have to say okay to that too.
Well, if I leave the application in,
Yes.
you said I have to get a civil engineer plan and what else?
Survey.
Survey and an engineered plan,
And an
which is what we
engineered plan.
require of everybody.
Yeah.
So, just to
And
back
you
up for a
can't, and
second.
you can't do any work, and the cease and desist.
So either way, I can't do any work, so
Or,
it doesn't matter.
or you can come back the next meeting with a remediation plan, right?
Okay.
To stabilize the property, we can approve your remediation plan right now, and then you can take all the time you need
Yeah.
to go find an engineer, do the engineered plan, do all
They're
the.
just mad about the hammer, so let me
It-
finish the temporary project, I can sell the hammer, get my 15 grand, and pay for the survey and the engineer cost.
I don't really
for
know
you
what
guys.
you're talking about,
That's
but
what they're mad about, when I
I'm
brought
just-
out the
Listen,
hammer.
don't
Right,
refer
but
to them,
that's-
they haven't said a word. so
Yeah,
They're
I'm
just
just-
sitting here.
I'm just
guessing
trying to
it's
tell
them.
you from the commission's point of view, what
Yeah.
your options are, right?
Yeah,
That, you can come back with a remediation plan,
Yeah,
and if
that's
it's
good.
satisfactory, we can approve it.
okay.
Then, if you wanna go forward with this project, you have time to get all your ducks in a row and
Okay.
come back to us with a new application, right, which we can review, and if everything satisfies us, then we can approve it, and you can go ahead and put in your driveway and your house and everything else.
All right, clarify mediation.
Remediation plan?
Doesn't want you to build your, we don't sit here saying, we don't want you to do this. We just, as you see from me, we have to follow a very strict protocol. We try to keep that consistent for everybody, and you're one of those people that we have to keep consistent for.
It's a
But we're not
dangerous
picking on
project,
you.
too. Yeah.
We, like I said, we put everybody through, we try to put everybody consistently through this. And it's a daunting, challenging thing.
Guys,
for
Gary
you
just
to do.
brought up a good point, like, in terms of what you would need to present us for the remediation plan. Can he come in and talk to you and Pam about that, so that he understands what he has to present?
Yes, a remediation plan would require short, medium, and long-term plans for site stabilization, which would require, short-term would be temporary erosion controls, and then plantings, grass seeding on slopes that would otherwise be destabilized. It could potentially involve the introduction of, with approval of the commission, some small engineered features that would divert water, but that would be extensive and would require engineering. If it's gonna be
We're not
anything more
talking
than
the
reforesting.
If there's a remediation plan with no survey or no engineering, you're talking really buttoning
Reforesting.
up. You're talking vacating the site with the equipment and buttoning it up. That's all you're doing without, short of a survey or an engineered plan. That's it.
But what is buttoning it up exactly?
This is the general term we've been using for, you see that big pile of dirt over there that's gonna run everywhere in the rain? Make it a more dense pile of dirt that's generally spread out, that's not gonna run in the rain. It's
Protect it.
It's
Protect it
turning
with
the
your
site
life,
from
whatever
a
it
high-risk
takes.
site to a lower-risk site.
It doesn't involve pipes or drainage or gravel. It involves silt fence, hay bales,
Filter
yes,
sock
filter
things, yeah.
socks. It involves erosion control blankets. Only erosion control measures, period.
Okay,
Where does this driveway go?
From the street, 500, almost
Diagonally,
5,000
it's hard
feet
to
in.
see, it goes diagonally up.
It's not
the
in your
steep slope.
jurisdiction technically, because it's a state highway. We're using a pre-existing, curb cut, pre-approved. So technically, it's not even your jurisdiction to say whether it can or cannot put in the driveway. However, the steepness, you know, it's a safety.
We're
thing.
trying to work with you here.
Yeah, yeah.
I know,
and
I know.
Remember
appreciate
our
it,
conversation
appreciate it.
yesterday. Remember.
All right, so,
But why do you wanna go up this, I gather it's up the hill?
Just, I got a gator, come out, I'll show you. You gotta see it. It's pretty messed up. Cause you gotta do there's a gut in the mountain, and you gotta go right through that. because the elevation differences, that's why it's gotta go a certain way.
All right, so we're going to simply accept the application tonight.
With the finding that it is a significant impact,
Another,
and thus we'll have a
And-
public hearing at the next meeting
next
scheduled
meeting,
for November
and the-
17th.
correct, and the likelihood is you're gonna come back with a remediation plan, and the application is gonna run itself out of time by the time you get everything we need.
Like I said, I can't agree to anything right here, but like, give me a couple days and, you know, I can get you
You
back.
don't have to agree to
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
He's
You know,
just
we're just
explaining
gonna
what
tell
they're
you what
planning.
we're doing, and you proceed accordingly.
Now,
Okay.
is it remediation or stabilization, or is that the same thing?
Well, all you're doing tonight is finding that it sounds to me, because it's his decision, whether, if you're fine that it's a significant activity and you schedule it for a public hearing, what he brings back to you at the next meeting remains to be seen.
It's up to him. He can
Yeah.
either come back with a remediation plan
Or engineer
a
drawings.
proper engineered plan.
But meanwhile, you want it stabilized, right?
It is somewhat stable, isn't
There
it?
is
That's another
erosion
month.
control blanket.
he did
I
some
have
stuff.
spoken to one of the individuals who works with Mr. Click. Brandon Riley has been doing some work with making sure the soil is stable. I know he had plans to add additional hay bales and silt fence along the first rise of the driveway, which I think would be in the best interest of the
All right.
property to add those. But beyond the addition of silt fence and hay bales and potentially erosion control blanket,
That's it, and the applicant understands that.
Yeah.
So that's all he would have
So
to
you're-
do
You're
right now.
Right.
For the cease
He
and
can do that,
desist
he can
order.
start that tomorrow,
Everything's done by hand, there's no
but
equipment
he
involved.
can start it tomorrow.
By hand,
Okay.
so
But apparently you guys have had a conversation
we have.
privately,
We have.
so
We
the three
have.
of you are on the same page.
We have, and we're gonna work with him on, the
Okay.
best path forward for him, providing
So-
him an understanding of the
So
process.
we're gonna accept the application, and we're gonna declare it a significant impact, and, based on that language, there are certain parameters that you have to address to meet our needs. The likelihood is it's gonna not happen, but you know the parameters because you've heard them, and I suggested that you meet with Pam and Michael privately to articulate that so you understand it. And the obligation also now rests with you to inform your abutting neighbors that there is going to be a public hearing, so people that live.
Yeah, we'll.
noticing
Okay,
requirements
he'll do
will
that.
walk through Mr.
Okay,
Click.
why don't we just accept it and you guys will finish it?
We will meet with Mr. Click whenever he's able to come into the office, and we will discuss this with him.
Okay, we have a motion to accept?
Yeah, motion to accept application number 2146, Affordable Family Housing LLC. Well, it's for a driveway. It's for a proposed driveway.
Is there a second?
With
Andrea?
the finding,
Oh, with the
Oh,
finding
the
that it's
public hearing.
significant.
Thank you, Michael.
activity. Yeah, thank you.
Andrea seconds. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Jackie, it's unanimous. Okay, have a good night.
Thank you.
I think the next application is the Lombardi one.
I don't have that.
Lombardo? Hey, Dave.
Where's that?
thank you for waiting
It's
so
on our
much.
desk.
Oh, fine. Thank you for having
See
me
it.
to the agenda. You know, I walked in the office today, I wasn't
I don't know
expecting
if
us
this is
to
yours
have
or mine, we'll look at it.
the graciously do that for our client.
You want to state who you are and who you're representing?
My name is Robert Colabello. I'm a senior project engineer with Leonard Engineering. I'm here today representing the applicant, Phil Lombardo. So I'll try to be quick because it's been a long night and everybody's been working real hard here tonight. So what happened is a few months ago, they were having a COVID-funded growth. They were able to get the family together and they were having a little get-together and a bunch of people at their house. They went to go use the toilet and it backed up into the house. And, you know, bad stuff was flowing around on the floors of the kitchen, the bathroom, so they called Suburban Sanitation Services out to come and take a look and see what was going on with their septic system.
and come to find out that the septic system had completely failed. And to that end, Suburban Sanitation Services went ahead and gave them a portalet to use right now while they're in the process of trying to get everything fixed. Then, they came to us, and we said, well, you know, you have to get Davison Environmental out here to mark out your wetlands. You have to get the surveyor out here to do the survey. We have to get the health district out here to do the soil testing. So this has been kind of going on, and they've been waiting for us to finally put together a plan. It took a very long time, as you noted earlier. Surveyors, engineers are backed up. Surveyors especially. It took us almost 2 months just to get the surveyor out there to do the work. Any other surveyor that we contacted was putting his house up at the end of October. And so we finally were able to get somebody in here to do the work. And finally, I put together a plan, and we came in to Mike and Pam's office today to speak with them about the plan. They said, well, you know, this is an emergency repair. The health district understands that it's an emergency repair. We submitted plans to them today for their approval as well. But they brought us in saying, well, you know, let's take a look at this here and see what we can do to help you expedite the situation. Now, when we first walked in the office, this is actually the original plan. I don't know why it's still here, but you have the current plan in front of you. And we had 0.00006 acres of wetland disturbance. But I was able to run back to the office, regrade the area, and so we have no wetland disturbance at all. So we're only doing work in the upland review area. As far as most prudent and feasible alternatives, this is the well, takes up this whole half of the property. The health district will not let us put the system in the well area. This is the failed area. This is an area we tried testing, but we couldn't get enough spread. As you can see, the length we actually needed, you have to be 15 feet off the property line, 70 feet off, 5 feet off the well, put us in here, and there just wasn't enough room. So we were stuck with putting the system here where the secondary system was. Now this sector, so we're actually we're removing the existing tank, existing D-box, and existing system. The bad soil is underneath there already, and we're gonna replace it with a new system, new tank, and in this case, a pump chamber as well, because couldn't get grades to work because this system has to be elevated. Hence, where we ended up having our trouble with grading, because we had to pull the system up, and when we graded it off, there are two Connecticut DOT, this is right on Route 183, 333 Colbrook Road. And there are two outfalls from Connecticut DOT catch basins. This one over here still exists. This one over here was removed, and it was moved further down the road, and it outfalls on somebody else's property now. So this is remnant wetland soils down in this area that will eventually someday no longer be wetland soils because they no longer have water coming off the road into the drainage ditch that was put there by the state of Connecticut. So fortunately, this was the only spot left. We couldn't put it on this end. Obviously, this is a running wetland. This always has water in it. It's always active. So this was the only place we had left to put it. So in talking with Pam and in talking with Michael, they thought that as long as we weren't in the wetland, that Michael could possibly do an agent determination. And that's why we are here today. So if you have any questions for me about what we're about to try to do here, so we're not putting any new well. The well is going to stay where it is. Have a little stockpile area here for, you know, when we remove the topsoil. I'll have them put it almost smack dab in the middle of the site, surrounded with silt fence, so it can't go off into any wetland. Now, the wetlands are flagged, and they go around the property, so no matter if you set the 100 feet off, the whole entire property is in your setback. The building's in your setback. This is all existing. Nothing here is new. The building's in your setback already, driveway's in your setback already. Every portion of this property is in the setback. So there's no avoiding that part of it. And problem we're having, and the reason we're looking for an agent determination is this. Winter's coming, there's young kids here, and if we have to go through the process of getting it pushed out to next month, or Thanksgiving's coming, I don't know what your plans are for next meeting, or is your next meeting in December? By then, they're going out in the middle of the night to do their business in the cold, and they're only about yay high. So, you know, it's a tough situation they're in. It's a system that has failed, and as far as the old system goes, I talked to the owner today, just gonna abandon it, not gonna remove it, not gonna do anything, cap it, abandon it, be done with what's there. So we're not gonna disturb any other soils over there. All we're gonna be disturbing is this, and let's face it, it already has a septic system there now. It's just going exactly in the same spot as the old septic system. We just have to remove the bad soil that's under it. Because, you know, when you send gray water out to your fields, it leaches into the ground, and that water becomes kind of contaminated, and eventually, so we have to remove that. It's gonna be replaced with all nice, clean, select fill, which is septic sand, and anybody who has a septic system knows how expensive septic sand and how good septic sand can be for doing what it has to do.
The question I have is this a realistic permanent solution, or you just sort of, you know, putting a Band-Aid on top of something?
Nope, this is a full-blown design meeting the health code, meeting the public health code.
So if you get approval for this, chances are we solve your problem.
We solved their problem for probably the next 20, 30 years, so.
Okay.
You know, so that's one of those things where I always tell people when they ask me, well, how long will my septic system last? I said, well, depending on your designer and your installer, it's 15 years to 30 years. You got a bad installer, you got a bad design, that's a 15-year system. You have a good installer with a good design, you can get maybe 30 years out of your system.
Michael?
There's no sewer access for this property, right? There's no way to hook into.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I didn't
No,
think so. Not this far up the Colebrook.
No, there's no sewer, no water up here.
There's no prudent alternative.
No, they're so far up in Colebrook, they're almost at, they're very close to the Colebrook line up here at this end of things. So, right, there's no other prudent or feasible alternative to what we're proposing to do here.
I kind of usually look at these is that you've got Torrance and Area Health, you've got a heavy engineered, this is probably one of the most engineered things you have in a house, right? Is a septic system. You're outside of the wetlands, and you're under, you're under Torrance and Area Health, that's the big. And you've got a highly regulated companies that put in septics that, you've got a lot of layers of safety there with this, like I said, it's heavily regulated.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be using Dennis and Dave Johnson to install a system. I don't know if anybody's familiar with them, but they've been installers in Northwest Corner for the last 30 years or so.
What would be the time frame if you receive approval tonight to get this remedied? I mean, everybody's out 2, 3, 4 months, so we're rushing to approve it.
No, Dennis, as a matter of fact, I got called by the installers today and said, hey, we're lining up the sand already, we're lining up the galleys from Richard's septic service. They're lining all the pieces and parts.
So everything can move ahead
now.
quickly if we move ahead quickly.
Correct, and that would solve the issue of continuing to use the portalet, right now, which is what they're doing. I'm gonna say, if we got this approved, the health district also said Julie Prue is our sanitarian in Winchester at the moment. Julie mentioned that she would fast track the approval process on this. She got the plans today. She would fast track the approval process on this for us because she understands the situation. She was out there, you can see the portalets in now.
So you're asking for an agent determination?
Well, that was kind of where we were going with this.
Well, can we approve and, can we accept and approve?
Nope.
So we need we can accept and then.
Quickest way is an agent determination.
Okay, Michael?
I can do this. The last thing we talked about in the office, Rob, was the owner's property. You have to do a little bit of grading on the property of the neighbor.
Yeah, it's, as a matter of fact, if you look at the drawings you have, the 200 contour, if you look at it right now, it is right at the property line. So what's going on the neighbor's property, and he's going to acquire this easement from the neighbor. He already has a verbal agreement with the neighbor. Neighbor and him get along, the kids all play together. And so he doesn't mind, he's gonna give him the easement for the silt fencing that we're gonna be putting in there to, make sure that there's no erosion problem. But also, if you look at that last contour, it's not quite even on the property, but the last contour isn't always the tallest slope. So he's probably gonna be about a foot or two over the property line, only in this corner right down there where the 200.
But are you gonna have a temporary construction easement from the neighbor?
We're gonna be going for a permanent easement.
You are?
For maintenance.
Because just in case, down the road, 30 years from now, 15 years from now, depending on how.
And you're likely to obtain that prior to your need for the agent determination?
I don't know if that's gonna happen that fast. We got lawyers involved and, we got those.
He could condition his agent determination on that.
Well, that would be fine, because what we can do, though, I'm pretty sure that both the Stars and Lombardo's are amenable to, at least initially, getting a letter from the Stars saying, okay, we're gonna get the easement, and then conditionally show you the easement when it's completed by the lawyers. Because we have meets and bounds already on the easement. It's a 10-foot wide, 120-foot long easement. And this is just in case they would have to go in and rework the system. And most of the work would actually, if you ever had to rework it, would be done up here. But in case they have to encroach the line again, they might not be the current owners then, and they might not be the current owners then. At least the easement will be in place. We don't have to worry about it. So that's why he already knows he has to get the easement. He already talked with his neighbor, and neighbor was happy with that.
Why don't we try to take this in 2 steps? One, we'll accept the application, and then talk about the agent determination.
You don't even have to accept it, you can just refer it.
Okay, Michael?
Sure. I mean, I want to see the easement, right? Because it's weird for me to grant something conditional on something that's lined up. I can do that.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm going to have to do. Everything else looks fine to
Once
me.
it's yours, you can,
Yeah.
and
We'll
it's just like Michael,
we'll talk.
you'll see with Michael.
Absolutely.
You know where I am.
You had referred, that application 110, 112, it was 112 you approved tonight, but you had referred 110 to Michael, and Michael didn't, he
so we're good.
practiced good judgment. He wasn't gonna issue it until he was satisfied, and I expect he'll do the same thing here.
So,
Okay?
All right, and in the meantime, I'll make sure that the two, at least, put the letter together, get the lawyer lined up. I would like, because I don't want to hold up construction.
I don't either. I just want to make sure everything's done
Because the
legally.
sooner we can get this constructed, the sooner they can stop using it for it.
Yeah.
And
So we're doing a motion to refer.
We're not doing anything.
No, you gotta do
Make
a
a
motion
to refer it to
Oh,
me
to
for
refer
agent
it to
I'll
approval.
make a
Go
motion
ahead.
to refer the amended agenda, IWWC 2147, Phil Lombardo, 333 Colbrook Road, emergency repair of subsurface sewage disposal system.
There is
Michael.
second? Second.
The
Gary?
wetlands agent for
an agent determination.
Right, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
for
those in
hearing
favor?
tonight and adding me to the agenda. I know that the
Okay, it's
client's
unanimous.
gonna really appreciate it when he hears about this tomorrow. He didn't even know. The client doesn't even know we were here tonight. Matter of fact, 'cause when I went in the office, it was
You're gonna be a hero tomorrow.
they were gracious, they're the heroes.
Hey, listen.
They were gracious enough to.
Come on.
To add us on.
We wanna get
But
out of
yeah,
here. We wanna
get
go
out
home
of here.
tonight,
I'm
too.
sorry. Sorry.
Good night. Good night. Michael?
Okay, agent actions, determinations, warnings, and violations. I haven't made any agent determinations yet, but as alluded to earlier in the night, I will be able to make the determination about 110 Weigold Road now that the final question of where's the bill from 110 coming. Since 112 has been approved, I can make that determination, check that off. This determination will work on going forward. Warnings and violations. We've heard nothing from Mr. Prusi for item 1. North Main Street, we're dealing with. Number 3, 308 East Wakefield Boulevard. That's Mr. Sliney. Mr. Sliney has contacted Dave Batista in order to work on his new design plan because his previous engineer got sick with COVID. and so is no longer going to be working on his site. So he's behind. Mr. Batista estimated December or January. Things are backed up, but Mr. Sliney's site is stable and he's working on it. We see him somewhat regularly. 713 East Wakefield Boulevard, 713 East Wakefield Boulevard. That was the tree clearing at the very first meeting where we thought they took some of our trees and we wanted the survey. We gave them until October. We haven't heard from them in 2 months. I'm going to follow up with them by sending them a formal letter. If nothing happens by next meeting, I can begin issuing citations. We gave them till October, but that was preliminary. Surveys sometimes take a long time to get. I know they got contracted the Keith surveying in order to get
So they're
survey.
moving ahead.
They are moving ahead. I don't know where they are. I'll try to recontact them.
Okay.
The West Wakefield Boulevard Canole Dock situation. I spoke to Nancy Canole last 2 weeks ago. Her title search company got into a huge fight with her, so she's getting another title search company to resolve that situation. But you will notice if you drive around that the boat lift that was illegally installed has been removed from the site. So that's good, I think. Last but not least, and I know will be of primary interest to this commission, if we look at the site of Mr. Leach's property, you will notice that there is, in fact, no boat lift where there used to be a boat lift, or rather a jet ski lift with a boat under it.
Yeah, I noticed
and that has been moved.
Can't see, you put it where?
He moved it over to the site where it's going to go, but has not yet installed it. He hasn't moved the pylons out from 348, but that makes sense to me because we haven't drawn down the water yet, and it's best to try to remove things from the lake bed when the water's down.
So he moved it, but I thought.
He moved the cover, he moved the top part of it, he hasn't pulled the legs out.
That's where we gave him permission to put it.
Yeah, that's where
Right,
he gave him permission
okay,
to
so
put
he's
it.
moving ahead with it.
Yeah, the boat's gone, the cover's off, the
Now, he's putting
canopies.
the boat lift, he's putting a pontoon there or a jet skis there?
I believe he's registered for a boat lift there, but the pontoon boat, I don't know where he put it. It's elsewhere
It's on
right
his
now.
property, it's on land.
Oh, did he pull it up on land?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then the other boat lift,
Is staying and is,
and the cover has to be removed.
well, the other boat lift is a boat lift.
Can't have two boat.
No,
But they're on
it's
two different
two
properties.
separate
Different properties,
properties.
okay.
So he can, because they're
You
two
know
different
what, the only caveat that was noted in the minutes also is that, he has to be concerned with navigation ability there and.
When he goes to put in the other dock, I'll be checking where that is, because that is one of the conditions, is the final location of the dock is with me, but he hasn't made any move to put that in yet, he's just
Well, he
removed
just
it.
satisfied the violation by moving it to another
Right,
property.
but he hasn't moved on the permit for 308, the new dock. So, 302, the new dock, so we're.
What are these cinder blocks for?
I have no idea. Potentially because he's going to put his shed up on blocks.
I thought it was a different site.
That looks like a different piece of property.
Oh, that's a very different property. I have no idea what those cinder blocks
It is,
are
it's
for.
on the- it's another-
Yep, I have no idea what those are for. I'll find that out tomorrow.
There you go.
Nice load of sand.
Can we talk about engineered plans?
Sure.
Can we,
Well, wait.
I'm done with
Can we
agent
not-
actions, so.
can we not tonight?
Well, do we want to go to other business?
Yeah.
No, but I think we should have.
We
like,
have to.
I tell you, that December LID meeting, that's definitely gonna be, whoever we get to speak, we'll get some weight from the expert in LID about how necessary, because that's where you're going, right?
Yeah, it's just like,
Yeah.
like we have some differences here of opinion on the commission about what an engineered plan is, when it's needed, when it's not needed. There are people who are contractors here now on the commission, like, I sort of feel like we should have a sense among us about what we're talking about when we're talking about engineered.
I think it's worth
One
the
thing with an
conversation.
engineered plan, you can give it to Michael. Michael can go out and see you're doing it right.
Checking it.
Right.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, you can't tell anything.
Right.
And it's expensive.
All right.
In any of these larger
I
projects,
mean, for smaller projects, it's expensive.
everything's
it's
expensive.
expensive for the small projects,
Yeah.
without a doubt, and that's some of them.
Well, if they can
I don't think
afford
it's
10,000 a
justified.
year in
The bigger
property
ones,
taxes,
You,
they
you might not need an
justified.
engineered plan for piers for a deck, but I would think you need engineered plans for, disturbance of over half the site.
It's something we should talk about more, maybe
Yeah,
another
we
time.
just
It's
need
worth the
guidelines.
conversation. I think you
I mean,
made a good
I
point
wanna
bringing that up.
understand why I got laughed out of the room when I suggested engineered plans for a wall,
that's going 65 feet in the front of the property, and we're here to protect the water.
You should ask for an as-built on those lake wells. That's what you want.
It was,
When
it's
was
not
that?
65 feet.
It was, we asked him how much, he said 65 feet.
Well, you want some type of execution plan, some type of stockpile area,
Asked him,
silt
he said
fence.
65 feet, Jackie.
Yeah,
I think the
Which one was
property
that?
was that big.
the one with the pipe.
That was 242
Just now?
Birch Rock. That is
Perch Rock Trail.
from 242 Birch Rock Trail.
Marion, that site also, did you visit the site?
No.
That site is like as level as this room almost.
Yeah, I was there today.
I get it, but it's still, it's a whole new wall, if his drainage isn't proper,
But he's
we're
not
gonna
putting
get,
any, he's,
One at a
he's
time.
tearing a wall down and putting in a new wall.
Right.
it
So
depends
how
on
do
the
we
wall.
know how he plans to build the wall
He's gonna give
without
us
a
a set
plan?
of plans, but he's gonna give,
He's
we
gonna
just
submit that.
accepted it, he's gonna submit all that.
Gary is gonna submit that to us.
She's not talking about Gary, she's
No,
talking
no,
about
No, no,
Brian.
no, not Gary,
Not
the
talking
other
about
Guy with
Gary,
the drain
Gary.
pipe.
right, the one with the drain pipe, we gotta talk to
Oh,
him,
that-
he's gonna submit all that stuff to us,
Next month.
right.
Who, Brian?
Brian.
Yeah,
That's what I
right,
meant.
yeah,
Brian.
cause we didn't accept it, we just,
You did
we
accept it, you
accept
didn't
but
approve
we
it.
didn't
Right,
approve it.
right.
So
He
he-
knows
so-
that we gotta come in with a full
Well, then I
set of
think
plans.
I don't know.
No,
I don't
he's not
think
coming in
so.
with a full set of
He's
plans.
not.
No,
No.
he's not.
No, he's
Because
not.
he said
I
it's
must-
only about 3 or 4 feet tall.
Yeah, he said it's 3 to 4 foot tall. He's gonna give us.
He
I
said,
asked
"I've
for a
done it
cross-section
100
because nobody wanted to
times."
back up the fact of having a plan. So I
Yeah.
asked
And
for a
that's,
cross-section.
then I misunderstood
Now,
that.
the problem with that is, okay.
No, I
without
misunderstood
having an
it.
engineered plan, what's the detail in the pipe?
Yeah, we
going
don't know
through
what
the
he's
wall?
building.
But
What
we,
is taking place?
we
What are you
accepted
putting
that,
in
he's
for a
gonna
footing?
show us all that stuff on the next,
He,
with the
you
next set of
guys
plans.
told him he didn't have
No,
to.
we
I don't-
told him he had to show us his plan. He knows he's
A
done it before
cross-section
here.
is what, you
well,
told
I
him
guess
he
we'll
could
see
come
what he
with a
comes up with
cross-section.
next month, and if it's not acceptable, we won't accept it, right?
Yeah, except that we didn't
Cost
tell
him
him
a
to
month.
bring
I
it.
think we did.
This-
I don't know, you didn't.
We did not.
That one I.
There was definitely
All
an
right, then
indication.
I definitely will think,
Hang on, one at a
I
time.
personally made a
Go ahead,
mistake
Michael.
then.
There's definitely an indication that the commission needs to see the actual plan for the wall itself. There was definitely an indication that the legal trouble needs to be settled first.
No, you're talking about Brian,
I'm talking about Perch Rock Trail.
next to
Yes.
Daddio.
The rebuilding of the wall.
Yes.
With the
On the
pipe in it.
property that has the town's pipe running through it.
Yes.
You guys said, in response to me asking for engineered plans, no, 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 we don't need them.
Well, I
So
didn't
my
think there was-
Don't
question
need a
is,
set of plans, though, I didn't say
he
no.
doesn't think that.
Right, I believe he's
This
done a
is why
ton
we
of
need to
jobs.
have this
He doesn't
conversation.
think
I think he's done a ton of jobs and he knows he's gotta come up with a set of plans. But not necessarily a set of engineered plans, but I may be wrong,
Okay.
I
Yeah, but
certainly admit if I'm
Well,
wrong.
he said that he was gonna.
He'll give you
the
more
silt
information.
fence
Said
in.
he
I
was
said,
gonna
don't
tell
have any
you
silt
where
fence.
his erosion control plan was, and that he's gonna bring you a cross-section.
The cross-section,
it.
and that was it.
That's all he's bringing.
I mean, maybe, how about if we did something like if it's a
Well,
job
I-
that.
And
I-
it's
if it's a mistake,
65
I've
foot
been
of wall
understood.
next to the lake.
That job in itself is not, it's not it's a shallow waterfront. Probably a week and a half after November 1st, the water's gonna be away from the wall.
But how do we know that it's being built properly?
As-built survey.
We didn't ask for
You didn't
that.
ask for that?
No, but you would do that with your approval.
But even an as-built survey, all
We'll
an
make that a
as-built survey is
condition.
telling you is where the wall is. That's all an as-built
Can
survey.
we
It's
at
not
this
telling
point?
Telling you elevation.
if there's
in
riprap
distance.
behind the
It's not telling you
wall.
the riprap,
He'll
the face,
show that
the
in his
product,
plan, he's done it, we've approved.
You guys just told
Absolutely
him
nothing.
he didn't need a plan.
I don't
No,
think
we
we
did
did.
not.
We didn't tell him he needed
Pam,
it.
you
He-
took the
No, you
notes.
did.
He-
You did.
No,
You
he
did.
said
I
he
didn't think
did
it was
not
All right,
need
then,
an
then
engineered
I'll
plan.
be the
That's
first to.
All right,
bad.
If that's
so,
true.
commissioners,
Bad.
commissioners, rather than arguing
No,
about
we're just discussing.
whether or not the intentions of the commission were properly communicated, there are now 30 days. We can contact Brian Dwyer from
That's
this
my
office.
Not really,
Why not?
because you got the audio and it's already been discussed. We're not gonna, he's not here, you're not going back on what you've already asked.
Well, I think
Why?
at this point in time, in all honesty,
For-
in my opinion, we live with what we've done.
Right.
Okay, we live with what we've done, but we better come up
But
with.
going
I have
forward-
seen
All right,
in
I
the
made a
last 4
mistake then.
weeks, or 4 months, 3 months, whatever I've come to, so many different these are land surveyor plans that are coming in, they're not engineered plans.
Some
Even John
are,
DeCara, it's a land surveyor.
And you know what?
Some of them
Gary?
are, yeah, no, I know.
They're better than, I mean, 4
Oh,
years.
no, they're better than the sketch.
Better than what, you should have seen what we used to get, and they're outraged when we tell them you gotta get a survey. It's like, survey, that's what you're starting with.
I agree with that, but I'm saying we have to come up with a.
You gotta stick to your guns.
Steve, what do you think about this?
I get
Steve,
it, it's late, but I
You're
understand.
waiting for this.
Hang on, guys.
I
I
have a
drew a
question.
plan in my first meeting, okay, that you refused, said to the people they have to get an engineered plan. So I said, well, go get an engineer and have an engineered plan to put 10 inches of granite around the top of the wall, because the wakeboard boats are going by. Get an engineered plan. They got an engineered plan and still got thrown out, couldn't submit it.
No, they
They
didn't have
haven't
an
submitted an
engineer
engineer
They're
plan.
talking about-
They came in and talked to you guys.
They didn't have an
No,
engineer
they
plan.
You're
Yes,
talking
it
about
was.
Brandolini?
No, I'm sorry. They may have had, I don't remember what they had, but what the commission had found at that meeting was that you wanted an independent review.
No.
Look at the
No, they were
minutes.
asked to have an engineered plan at that meeting.
All right, come on, it's 11 o'clock. Let's,
Okay, that's the
let's just
problem.
go over
We're not-
the,
Wait a minute.
let's go over the last two items on the agenda that, there's communications from, Jackie
We
and.
have to solve this problem.
Yeah,
How about we come in an hour early next meeting and hash it out then?
Yeah, we have to
And we'll
solve
settle
this problem.
100% what are the conditions that require
Because
for
we
the office to
have
ask for an engineered
I
plan.
have
have
a
to be
suggestion.
consistent.
Yeah, I think that we're going along the right.
Andrea's trying, she's been trying to talk.
Listen, what if we say, like, we have a cap, like if it's a project that's over $10,000, then they're gonna need engineered plans.
No,
I
it's,
don't-
no.
it's
I
not
mean,
based
the
on
wall
dollars.
is next
It's
to
not
the
by
lake.
money?
It's whether or
No,
not we're
it's not about
protecting
money.
the water.
They lie about how much jobs cost.
I would,
Yeah.
all right.
It's not about money, it's about water quality.
that's what,
My
Then
own
it's-
opinion, and I believe that if you're gonna do work on a seawall,
on what?
on a seawall.
Seawall.
On a seawall.
Yeah.
You're right on the water, I believe that you should get an engineered plan. I don't
Period.
care What it is.
Period.
If you're on that,
Yeah.
okay? And maybe you turn around and you say, 5 feet back from the seawall, it's engineered. Any excavation, stuff of that nature, but there's gotta be a limit. And that's the most critical thing we have as far as around the lake, is the seawall. The last thing you wanna do is, and I know a couple of walls went up on the lake this year that I wouldn't give you 10 cents for a wall, they're gonna come down within 2 years.
Now, are some of those, sometimes we would have to clarify, because the specs for some of the block walls say they give sort of like an engineering spec, but it's not really, it's like a manufacturer's engineered spec, and
Right, but
people
it's
try to
gotta be
use
a-
that.
That's
gotta be
only
an-
on the
it's gotta be
product.
an
You want it on the
engineered-
Right,
execution.
we gotta be careful with
But
that.
it's gotta be an
so.
engineered plan.
As opposed to an
Not a
engineered
cross-section.
system. An
engineered
engineered
system
system
is
is different from an
different.
engineered site
Engineered
plan.
Yeah,
Not a
Well, we'll have to talk
not a
about it
cross-section.
more.
Yeah.
It's gotta be an
that's all, I'm glad we're
engineered
talking
plan
about it.
from,
Yeah, we
I
should
don't
have
know, whoever
guidelines.
or
Yeah.
whatever.
Do we?
Especially the pervious pavers. I mean, that provided flexibility for zoning purposes, but to not require engineering involved with pervious pavers,
I
it's,
thought we
Yeah,
had that.
because the thing is, it's not the pavers that are pervious,
it's the maintenance,
system.
it's the installation and the
It's
maintenance.
the whole system.
It's the whole base
But I thought we were
underneath
getting a
the
bunch
pavement.
of those signed off by engineers, weren't we?
Are we?
I thought some of
No,
them
yes.
were, we have.
No,
I
they,
have seen
that's
some
why,
there.
but
It's
that's,
an-
I'm joking, I'm.
Gary Goulet's system was an engineered system, but it was not an engineered site plan.
Right.
It would be nice to avoid the situation.
But he's gonna need an engineer when he goes to install it, cause zoning wise, who's signing off? You're not going up there to inspect every layer.
Oh, absolutely.
He's not doing engineer, getting it done.
I don't recall how much of it was pervious, but I don't think any of it was, right?
The patio? The patio is
Patio,
pervious.
sidewalk,
It's
is-
pervious?
the driveway they wanna put up top of it originally, or eventually rather, but they want it all pervious.
Pervious system.
Pervious system, and it's all running towards the house.
I mean, that's a right, but That's what, you do want to have a roundtable discussion on this and kind of come
We'll
to a.
continue with it. I think it's, I'm glad everybody.
You should have a
Yeah, no,
checklist,
no,
too.
I'm glad you're
Because the
bringing it
reason
up.
I supported Gary's thing wasn't because I believed it should be supported, it's because I looked at the minutes of the last meeting and I saw that that's actually what you asked the guy for. So, you know, we had to live with what we asked him for.
Would the commission
Do we
like
wanna come
me?
in, do we wanna come in an hour earlier next
On
month?
November, yeah, yes.
December.
Well, I looked at the minutes.
And you might be able to hold off till December and get the expert in here to make recommendations.
Okay.
Because maybe someone who's, you know, very fluent with LID or employs LID techniques all the time can tell you, well, you know, I guess if you're just doing this much, you know,
So
maybe they can
if-
provide, yeah. And it would likely be an engineer.
Could we, if we came in early for that, and would it be on YouTube or something? I'm only asking because I really want to be there for that
YouTube,
meeting,
yeah.
and I may not,
I
I may
have
be out of
something to say
state.
related to that. The Watershed Association just got a video from the Northwest Hills
Conservation.
Hi.
Yeah.
Council of Government on just this topic.
Okay.
And I watched it today. It's about an hour and a little bit. I have the link.
Okay.
I will email everybody the link.
Oh, that'd be
because
awesome.
it tells us what a variety of lakes in the area have been doing.
Okay.
And
That's
it's
awesome.
good. It's a good video.
Yeah.
And it would help us with our meeting because, you know, we'll have a little more focus on just what the issues are.
For
It
the
was good.
For the December meeting, could you ask the presenter to spend some time talking about the concept of an engineer as opposed to not asking for it, or when we should and shouldn't? Okay.
What I can do is I will go back through pretty much all the applications for the last 3 years and see what people have asked for. I will break these out into broad categories of things like lake walls, different types of patios, we want pervious paver systems, new houses, and we can just go check by check of, does our broad guideline is we want an engineered plan for this? Does this meet it? How
They
close
probably
to the
won't want
water
to
do we want
follow
to be?
with it, you know.
And then we can
Yeah.
use that advice
Yeah,
to build
no,
this
right.
plan and go, this fits these categories, therefore engineered system. This doesn't fit these check marks, therefore we don't do that. And from that point, it becomes a prescriptive system,
Yeah.
which I know a lot of developers don't like, but from the standpoint of protecting our water bodies, a prescriptive system makes this easier and faster, and it is after 11, so I imagine that would be nice for many people. It gives a guideline and a baseline. And then, you know, if there are vagaries in an application where it's, well, it fits these, but it's got all these
But
conditions.
are you suggesting we come up with these guidelines and we make them known to the public on the
Well,
website? so
at
they
least
know
to
what
staff, because I'll
expect?
tell you, sometimes the decisions you make are not, if, you know, what I would necessarily expect.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't want to tie
It can be an
ourselves.
internal
We've
guideline.
also been presented
Inconsistency.
with some very unique applications in the last year, especially all last winter.
Right.
You know, some
And so many that we
wild,
couldn't even focus
I mean,
on.
look at the
I would
the
say
Leach project.
last year we were overwhelmed.
That was very unique.
We were overwhelmed last
Oh,
year
yeah.
and we didn't have Michael.
Yeah, we were at a big disadvantage last winter.
We were.
You know,
Yes,
and,
too much.
and we didn't have, you know, we had Russ alone with knowledge of
Some knowledge.
construction and stuff like
Limited,
that.
but yeah, of course, yeah.
And, you know, we were weak. We were
We
weak
did
in
our
that
best,
area.
but like, I think now we're in a better position
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
better.
And you have a new commissioner joining you for your.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think by the time your November meeting rolls around, she'll be, I think her Board of Selectmen has put her name into nomination. I think she'll be appointed at their next meeting.
Good.
Another lady, like it.
All right, so,
Um,
all right, so.
Oh, wait, before we adjourn, one quick thing, you weren't here when we brought it up, about the Unity Beach thing. Did we get a?
Public hearing is still open.
I know, did we get a determination from Northwest Conservation about the placement of the dock in front of that water course? We had asked.
Did you get one?
I haven't seen anything, but
That's
I'll
a
check
really
with them.
important point.
Okay.
I will
'Cause
check with
that,
them.
we asked for you guys to look for that after the first meeting.
I'll go back and check all the emails, but I'll
Check the minutes.
contact them again.
Okay.
Check the minute.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
It's worth it because it's a real, I'm glad she brought up, and I put it in my notes, it's a really, it's a potentially important thing because you've got quite a big water, it's a stream.
It's a pretty big water.
We don't wanna have too much discussion, cause the public hearing is open, and I
Okay.
have a feeling that.
But I will check on this. This did start before I got here, so wasn't
If you
necessarily.
look in the minutes, it
I'll
was
follow
brought
up on
up
that.
in 2 meetings.
Just real quick, the Public Works said that, Jim said they are continuing, that when the leaves are down, the final leaves down, like it's November, they will do another systematic clearing around the lake, of cleaning of the catch basins. And in other ones around town, they're just sort of doing as, I guess you could say, they see fit, or they see identified problems with, which is probably all of them. And they're just doing as many as they can, and, that's
Good.
what I have to report on.
Well, that's a big report, because, you know, over the winter, there's a lot of sand, and by the way, the next time you have a conversation with Jim, try to ask him what kind of, melting apparatus they spread on the lake, on the road of the
green
lake.
stuff?
Around, yeah, whatever it is. I don't know if it's green stuff.
He did say whatever they use close to the watercourses is different from what they use.
And he spoke at a wetlands meeting.
You know what, they say that, but I don't know
No, it-
realistically what they do, because I see a lot of
I'll pull those
sand.
minutes out. I'll pull those minutes out, and I think they only use sand when they're sites, but I'll pull those minutes out, because he came to a meeting once.
Yeah.
And gave a long, not long, but a thorough presentation on what they
And
use.
also, there are parts of, I know East Wakefield better than I know West Wakefield. There are parts of East Wakefield where the runoff from the off side of the lake and those paper roads and stuff, they bring down during the summertime a lot of sand, and during the wintertime, a lot of water comes down, the road freezes, it's like,
Jim and I are working on
An
that. I
obstacle
have
course
pictures
there.
after that huge storm that came through a couple days after that hurricane. I took
I'm
pictures
sure
of
it was-
basically all those
Yeah,
driveways
that
that
was
washed
crazy.
out. So I have identifiers of the big ones. I don't know exactly how Jim wants to handle those, but
It wouldn't be, why, Jimmy with the driveways?
yeah, for
It's
the
an erosion issue.
It's an erosion issue, but Jim wants to basically bill people whose driveways are causing debris in the road. But that's a thing to be developed later. But we know it's an
It's a
erosion issue. We're
conversation.
working on it. We're working on the way to go after it.
good, okay. All right.
You could tag team it.
Yeah, because it's better to go after it together. It's like what we do
No,
with the assessor
he
all the
goes
time.
after for, the road, and you can go
Yeah.
after for erosion.
Motion to adjourn?
Second,
All in favor?
you good?
11:06.
Good night,
Not our
everybody.
longest meeting.
Hey Pam,
Yeah.
you know that private section of Old Danbury Quarter Road?
Okay,
You know what I'm talking about?
let's go. Yeah, with the story.
I'm just wondering, is it private in the sense that it belongs to all adjacent
Yeah, I know it
property
well,
owners?
Yeah.
I don't know. If that,
Yeah,
So John
well, we always
McCara, I
call
should
it.
ask, okay.
Yeah. Oh, she was asking about it?
Some of it, the town.
Well,
My kids make fun of me.
What's that?
along the road.
Well, the road used to go through, and then eventually the swamp,
That's a
you know,
great
it was
question for a
elevated
lot of
road.
properties in town.
And eventually, the
Good night,
swamp,
Jeff.
in a sense, probably enlarged, there's beaver, I think there's beaver dams in there, and
Oh God, don't
eventually,
get started on beaver